rainforest. Missed Cloud City yet?
Exactly something a lot of creepypasta writers and readers were happy about at the time. You see, you may see this ugly face and think, that's kind of creepy, but to teenage boys and girls, let me tell you, this boy was a fucking hotcake. Now, to be fair, slowly over time, as Jeff the Killer gained in popularity, his depiction went from this potato-headed freak to basically L from Death Note, but with a Joker smile and a hoodie. It would be this version of Jeff the Killer that I'm sure would be in the hearts and minds of many creepypasta writers that either wrote what amounted to various sequels and fanfictions surrounding Jeff the Killer, or in some cases would write their own version of Jeff the Killer that was a moody, misunderstood teenager with a dark past/childhood, parents that eventually would be murdered when set teenage and cool serial killers this side of the net. If you can't tell, there's a fair bit of fantasy fulfillment in these stories that makes reading them both ironically unnerving, but mostly kind of funny. They are quite the guilty pleasure of mine, I must admit. I poke fun, but I love Jeff the Killer, and not because it's well written, and not because it's scary, but because it's a fucking great read. It's very funny, very interesting, and just has a lot of elements that unintentionally make it a masterpiece. But bear in mind, many were getting very tired of the trend, as Insert Name the Killer stories were completely flooding every website that was accepting creepypastas, notably the Creepypasta Wiki, to the point that at some point, any story with Insert Name the Killer in them would be immediately banned from the Creepypasta Wiki. And hell, Jeff the Killer itself was actually taken down off the website after about a year of its creation for it not meeting the standard the community was going for. And let's be real, even if it really did meet the standard, I think the main problem is they probably wanted it to be a clear message that they don't want a million more of these types of stories to sit through every single day. But anyway, I don't want to harp on too much more about the story, but it is also notable that due to the popularity of the story, Creepypasta Wiki would eventually have a writing competition back in 2015 to try and write the same basic story of Jeff the Killer Hitler would make it better, even good perhaps, which would be voted on by the community at large. The winner of which was written by K. Banning Kellum, one of the admins of the wiki and somewhat well renowned for his work, and can still be read on the wiki to this day. In case you're wondering, K. Banning Kellum version of the story followed many of the same events, but is written far than Jeff's face getting fucked up and burned by a flare gun. The difference was actually burning off the skin and hair on one side of his face, making it more of a Two-Face type killer versus the original character. Well, the Foundation isn't exactly good, again, mainly due to the story being rooted in this weird, edgy fantasy-like scenario. I will commend the author for making what is probably the best version of this bad story that one could possibly make. Also, there's apparently a rather popular novella based around the killer titled Insanity and Killer by Nation. I've never read it myself, mainly because I have to buy it. But if any of you are interested in me covering it in a future video, then let me know in the comments down below, and I will spend that $5
I'm in this for the money.
to respond. Maybe the Russian sleeping spirit. The Russian sleeping spirit is popular in all story accounts and experiments set Gary St. After 9 days, the subject began swinging for fear they would fall asleep. Upon looking inside, they discovered private subjects severe infliction and disembowelment of themselves during the past days, including tearing off flesh and muscles. With multiple abdominals, practicing self-defense themselves as well as animals, the second subject, and allowing 10 centimeters or 4 inches of blood and water to on the floor by jamming pieces of flesh from the second subject in the brain. It was also found dead on the floor with a suit and empty chamber. After being somewhat confused for severe injuries, the surviving 3 subjects prepared to return to the gas chamber, stimulus by orders of military officials, though against the will of the researchers, with EEG monitors showing short recurring moments of brain death. Before the chamber was sealed, one of the subjects fell asleep and died, and the only subject that could speak screamed to be immediately sealed within the chamber. A military commander would later order for 3 other researchers to be thrown inside the chamber alongside the remaining subject. The researcher immediately used a kill commander and the mute subject by shooting them both in the head, causing the other person to die. Only one surviving subject, the terrified researcher, explained that he would not allow himself to be locked in a room with monsters that would no longer desperately asked someone was, which the subject smiled and identified himself. And the fact subjects
Take while you're on.
this shadow and no sleep.
All about the
We are taking you hide from beds every night. We are working some days. Silence, story ends. Shooting the last part of his dying breath on the floor. The subject uttered his final words. So, you be free.
Whose plan was this?
This is a popular creepypasta that I actually agree with being so popular. It's very well written. It's very engaging. Breaking down step by step. Some feels very much like an SCP story that just replaced the unknown entity with sleepless melody. But it also has a slight reality on this Russia. Also, fucking the weird things back in this time frame. And while this story is obviously fiction, there is a tinge of real. The story here is the stem of the experiments. Disturbing creatures from video games. The images featured in the original photo. Yeah. Originally, this photo was all there was to this. In a similar fashion to Jeff the Killer originally, before the infamous story was the psychotic image. As an element of 5,000, scary. Without experiencing paranormal or whatever stupid words people use to describe supernatural phenomenon. But after that thing,
Tough word from a fast-talking con man, huh?
Trash now. We got pregnant with my brother Edwin after my house was foreclosed. I finished unpacking. Edwin liked the idea of me
Should get their attention.
since we had not seen each other for 10 years. So I was excited to as soon as I fell asleep. After that week, I heard wrestling.
Our assault is a success thanks to your courage and sacrifice.
I thought it was
The Rebel Alliance.
so I ignored it and tried to fall asleep. The next morning, I told Edwin about it, and he agreed. The next night, however, I thought I heard my window opening and a loud thump, as if something entered my room. I darted up and looked around my room, but I saw nothing. The next morning, Edwin dropped his coffee cup, and when he saw me, he held up the nearby mirror. I saw myself. There was a large gash in my left cheek. After I was rushed to the hospital, my doctor told me that I must have been sleepwalking. But then he showed me something that made my blood turn cold. He lifted up my shirt to reveal a sewn-up incision where my kidneys were. I stared into his eyes, mine wide-awake. You somehow lost your left kidney last night, my doctor told me. We don't know how, though. Sorry, Mitch. The next night was my breaking point. Around midnight, I woke up to see a truly horrifying sight. I was staring at the face of a creature with a black hoodie and dark blue mask with no nose or mouth, staring down at me. The thing that scared me the most was that it had no eyes, just empty black sockets. The creature almost had some black substance dripping from its sockets. I grabbed a camera from the nearby mantel and took a picture. Immediately after taking the shot, the creature lunged at me and tried to claw open my chest to get my lungs. I stopped it by kicking it in the face. As I ran out of my room, I grabbed my wallet. I would need the money. I ran out of my brother's house into the night. I eventually ended up in the woods near Edwin's house and tripped on a rock. I fell unconscious and woke up in the hospital. My doctor, the same one who treated me before.
This assault will deliver a strong blow against the Empire.
Bad news.
Ready yourselves, and may the Force be with you.
Minor injuries, and your parents will come pick you up. My son, leave. The bad news is your brother.
An Imperial position needs to be captured before we can advance further. Get ready to attack.
My parents left this house and let my remain locked as I did. Upon entering my room, I was scared. And then stopped dead in my tracks. In the hallway leading to my room, I saw Edwin's body and something small lying I retrieved it up and handed my parents' car. Not to mention Edward's corpse. I was holding my stolen capital kidney substance. The end! My friend Lucy said, the story reads like a bullet. Yes, no details, no depth. Just a constant stream of, and then this happened, and then this happened, and then this happened, the end. I especially love the detail of his brother's corpse being in his house, and him telling no one. And also there was a black substance, an item right next to his brother's corpse. Like some fucking RPG character. He fucking looted, picked it up, and didn't even realize what it was until he got into the car. It's quite special. But all the same, the story runs by its surprisingly simple reaction to that get killed. And by that, I mean he became an avid person, interesting fan, turning him from this kind of, I guess, creepy image into this emo boy who wears a mask. Though, while I can at least understand why people would get this from the edgy fanfiction writing and characters of Jeff the Killer, I wish Jack's story seemed extra strange that it would create this kind of reaction in the fan base. That is until there are a couple of these creepypasta creature popular unofficial origins made it by a certain kind of by author Sally. The origin story called Jack through a chain of events, Jack finds a sort of friendship with one of his peers, Jenny, and a small group of friends. Jack later on discovered that it was a fucking cult worshipping named Church. Jack involuntarily is made to be a sacrifice for the cult, to be the son of Chernobyl or something like that. Jenny and her friends proceed to blind Jack by pouring hot, tar-like substance into his eyes, killing him in the process. His body is then possessed by the demon, and proceeds to butcher Jenny and the others, ripping off their masks, slashing their throats, and disemboweling them. He took their kidneys afterward as well, tying it back into the original story. So in other words, Jack has a tragic backstory like Jeff the Killer, but instead of, fully out of cults and demon possessions, which, I'll admit is at least a little bit cool, but the story is still nothing to write home about. At least, not to me. All the same, both of these have an extremely popular creepypasta legacy to their name, Mr. Whitemouth. Mr. Whitemouth, by author Perfect Circle 35, was actually one of the first creepypastas I ever came into contact with back in the day. I remember the term creepypasta was something I had heard of once or twice around this time. And ultimately, I came to look it up on YouTube and found Mr. Creepypasta. That's the story is on narrator's recollection of a strange creature he remembers meeting back when he was only 5 years old, diagnosed with monoculosis, bedridden. The narrator meets a small creature that looks similar to a Furby, with an exceptionally large mouth. Shortly after being diagnosed, the creature goes by Mr. Whitemouth, and at first seems like a friend, and somewhat afraid in his incapacitated state. Mr. Whitemouth would hide under the narrator's bed, saying that he didn't want the narrator's parents to see him because he was afraid they would come with him to a small room at the end of the house's hallway. The narrator declined the offer, but soon agreed to Mr. Whitemouth's persistent entrance of the room. Mr. Whitemouth opened the large window of his office in the doorway, naked,
Let the ball.
holding the ground
We just surveyed an all 50 states, and everyone asked what's in it. Well, can you believe they've never been on the cruise? They've never been on the cruise. They both on it. That's right, no kidding around.
Mr. Whitemouth exclaimed.
There's a big mess. Speaking of that, you
possibility. It's a long drop, I see.
It's a long part of the mind. The advantage is obvious.
I told him the idea of a picture of myself falling through thin air. I was going to build something that's realistic. Imagination.
It's like this meme on opening, like Mr. Widemout trying to convince him at late in the night that he really put a trampoline outside the window now. Or the narrator should try juggling knives because
You
it
having
has
fun?
lots of fun, etc. Eventually, the narrator gets well enough that he's allowed to go outside. Now, Mr. Widemout is once again waiting
Things
for
are
him.
going our
The
way.
creature ends up showing the narrator this trail away from the house. He says that he has had many friends go down this trail. One day, the narrator down it as well. He friends, the narrator and their family gathered up all of them. And waiting for our hands to get better before finally moving. So they will be there for a bit. As they drive away, the narrator sees Mr. Widemout stare at him for mistake kind of thing. Short epilogue of the story, the narrator returns where he once was, back to that place where he encountered the beast. However, the house was nowhere to be seen to him and burned down years after the narrator had left. The narrator decided to walk down that trail that Mr. Widemout told him that he was going to take him down when he was ready so long ago. As he reaches the end of the path, he realizes that this is where the path leads. It's enormous. It's the story of Mr. Widemout. I have a lot of nostalgia for this one, especially since back in the day, on a very old YouTube channel, I had actually recorded this as my first major video, which was me reading Mr. Widemout in an overly dramatic tone. I think I even had an intro where I was dressed up in all black with goth makeup and what have you. Fun times. Also pretty cringy, but fun all the same. The actual story is pretty decent, though. I really like the subtlety of the creature trying to convince the survivor to commit not alive. The ending sequence could have been slightly longer. It's got the perfect twist/reveal moment with the cemetery, but the way it's written sort of undersells it a bit. Anyway, still a pretty good little short story all the same. Sand, so coarse and rough. And it gets so in a similar fashion to Jeff the Killer. Smile.jpg. So, this image, this is Smile.jpg, or sometimes called Smile.dog from time to time. In a similar fashion to Jeff the Killer, we don't actually know where this image came from exactly, though it is suspected it was from 4chan's export, probably. The story that is often connected with this picture expands on what witnessing it will do to one's psyche. Those who see the picture are said to begin having vivid dreams about the dog in the picture. The dog itself is said to be a supernatural entity of sorts that takes the form of a demonic husky and forces people into spreading his image all over the internet. Thusly,
will
he can
deliver
then
a strong
taunt
blow against the Empire.
dreams.
Ready
Then
yourselves,
to spread the
and
word
may the
as well.
Force be with
The
you.
longer someone goes without spreading the word, the more the dog deforms within their dreams. Finally,
The attack will continue after we've captured an Imperial position in this area.
that's the urban legend, while the story itself tells the story of a college student looking to get more info about the urban legend and try to introduce someone who supposedly saw the image and is haunted at night by its visage, a woman by the name of Mary E. The actual creepypasta is pretty decent. The urban legend and picture that comes with it, I think, are the strongest aspects of the story, however, as the characters and overall pacing of the creepypasta is a little bit slow. While at the same time, it kind of just ends with the narrator finally having seen the picture and spraying the word via this creepypasta. A very cool little thing to do, but I would like to have seen what sort of nightmares and psychological effects the picture had over our narrator, since we only get a glimpse of that through Mary E. But oh well, if nothing else, similar to the Jeff the Killer situation, this picture is probably the strongest aspect of this overall. In particular, I did remember it making me feel rather uncomfortable back in the day, so I suppose it did its job effectively, at the very least in that regard. Siren Head. So for our first bonus entry, I figured it was worth bringing up a slightly more recent creepypasta character that had gotten very popular.
The Imperials better
Siren
hold on to their
Head
arms.
is a fictional being created by the Canadian artist Trevor Henderson. In fact, Trevor is also well known for several other characters, such as Cartoon Cat, Ridgeworm, among many others. But Trevor Henderson describes Siren Head as, quote, a 12-meter tall humanoid creature with a emaciated, near skeletal frame, covered in dry, mummified flesh, with a color similar to rusted metal. An emaciated being with a pair of sirens, capable of famous and sirens, breaking rock lights, white horns, and basics. Siren Head is first introduced in 2018 via Trevor's Twitter and Tumblr pages, respectively. And while the images themselves certainly got around and were very popular, in much the same way Slender Man became famous through others making video games and videos about him, well, the same thing happened here. Quote,
Welcome to Phaeton. You've come to exactly the right
Han
place to
Solo,
discover
I'm
life.
captain of the Millennium
on
Falcon.
October 31st, 2018, a group
This'll
of
hurt tomorrow.
developers known as Opus
Great.
they bring game
Alright, Chewie.
boost its popularity. And December 7th,
Arm like
that's
this.
the as
I regret this.
created its own siren.
Some fucking reinforcement for what box.
Video game. I also remember Siren Head being one of the few monsters in the
Yeah, could work.
Silent Hill, which is commonly known as the kind of monsters that is everything else listed. It was actually the first place I'd ever heard of monster, and had a short times and monster from that place as well. And later, reports of people were using all the same time, these gunfires the video got popular very quickly, gaining over 100 unquote. And here it is, said in addition to several possibilities. Yes, so, yeah, an iconic
Where have you been?
monster in no time plan. I've listened. Character this monster conceptually, but I think really connects with on a double level. Experience society is somewhere there's all things, or even it's just text. It's
If I were you, I'd try my gun.
this thing, especially if you live in an area like I did. What about the stuff with nothing walking through public? Except like the screen. Those loud sounds encapsulating whichever room you happen to be in.
Make me a general.
One scary monster, even if it did sort of have that listen. Yes.
I can do this a while.
Boxes. It's been unfortunate stuff. A friend started writing novels you could see. It's monster. Many ideas. Based on this idea, the thread started with this post. But, alright, it's good. Yes, usually that's okay. About 6 feet tall. Solid. It's one in the middle of his forehead, and the other two on either side of his head, towards the back. Don't see him. Just watch themselves. They stand up. Yes.
Mind holding the pill.
There's a skull. Tiny, this creature eventually formed we now know as. At 6 feet tall, it had no nose, but it also had grayish to slightly larger than human eyes instead of 3. The mouth became smaller.
Yeah, good work.
This point, notably, given the description of beings that worry, creepypastas that were written to share around 4chan, LiveJournal, and something on still most, and I'm sure this iceberg is the one written around 2006 and showcases several people's writings about the beast that's far from the sixth. So, adding to his mythos and history.
Bet you I win.
Avoid this ad.
1691. He came to me in my sleep, on the foot of my bed, sensation. He took everything.
Our assault is a success
We
thanks
must
to your
return.
courage and sacrifice. The Rebel Alliance
Return
is
here
honored to
again.
have you.
At the request of the rake. Unquote. Another piece of writing comes from 1964 in the form of a commit no longer exists note, which reads as follows. Quote, as I prepare to take my life, I feel it necessary to assuage any guilt or pain I have introduced through this act. It is not the fault of anyone other than him. For once I awoke and felt his presence, and once I awoke and saw his form, and once again I awoke and heard his voice, and looked into his eyes. I cannot sleep without fear of what I might next awake to experience. I cannot ever wake. Goodbye. Found in the same wooden box were 2 empty envelopes addressed to William and Rose, and on one loose personal letter with no envelope. Dearest Lenny, I've prayed for you. He spoke your name. Unquote. The meat of the story also recounts of the story of someone from 2006 who witnessed the creature sit at the end of her and her husband's bed, staring at them, before rushing down their bedroom hallway and mortally wounding their daughter. Her last words being that he was the rake. The father dies in a car crash later that same night in an attempt to rush his daughter to the hospital. The mother, grief-stricken and in fear both for her and her own son's life, now tapes footage from her bedroom every night, waiting for the day when the rake may return. The story is great. The mythos is great. The rake is a fucking cool monster that I feel has a similar appeal to that of Slender Man. It seems to like to stalk its victims, slowly haunting their very existence, mentally torturing them before killing them. However, I also think it's more animalistic, like a sadistic ape playing with its food, and I love gravity of God expressing its influence in a knowable way. I think that's why I also like the rake a little bit more, as it feels like a strange sort of vampire tale that leaves you wanting, gives this image of a grim reaper type thing, raking people's lives away, perhaps even souls in its maw. I also think it's pretty cool that the whole monster was generated from a bunch of people coming together to create some sort of cool monster, what have you. It's always very convincing. I should also note that this one picture often associated with the rake is actually a teaser for the game called Resistance 3 by Insomniac Games. In case you didn't know, it was not an original thing for it. It was for this game. It's really sus pussy. I can't. You know what? It sucks eggs anyway, so moving on. Sonic.exe. So first of all, I just want to say, hi Luigi Kid, thanks for watching the video. Anyway, so Sonic.exe is one of my favorite creepypastas ever written. For all the wrong reasons, though. In fact, I made a 40-minute video talking about this creepypasta. It's often forgotten official sequel, and it's had a lot of
There they are!
So yeah, I'd go check that video out for a much more detailed approach to this tale from me personally. But again, the basics are as follows. The original Sonic.exe story centers around Tom, a young man who was a big fan of Sonic the Hedgehog, especially the old games. He receives a CD-ROM in the mail from his friend Kyle. An accompanying letter also begs him to destroy this disc before it's too late, and to not play the game no matter what. Instead of calling his friend to find out if he's okay or what the fuck is up with that, Tom instead does the exact opposite and plays the game. He didn't want his Tails, Knuckles, and Dr. Robotnik stock eventually brutally murdered in the game. But this surrounding of Red-Eyed Sonic is, as the author puts it, hyper-realistic blood, hyper-realistic fur, and hyper-realistic shark teeth, etc. All while the narrator cries like a little bitch over his favorite video game characters dying in this game. By the end, Sonic.exe, or X, speaks directly to Tom, declaring that he and Sonic.exe is the story ends with Tom turning his computer on and finding a bloody Sonic plush in his room. The story is pretty bad.
I fucking hate that,
is
man.
melodramatic and bizarrely
Bullshit.
things such as how long the screen turned black or how long an image appeared or what have you, and the author taking careful measures to let the reader know precisely how many seconds each of them occurred for some odd reason. It's also not really scary, nor is it particularly clever, but I love it all the same. For all of these reasons and more, it's like the room of creepypastas. You just can't emulate its exact
Oh, now he's
flavor
fucking
and
Han.
confidence.
A
Add that
bitch.
with the knowledge
Level
that
1
the author
Han.
is 10 feet up
Just sitting in the
mass
fucking
above the
menus
polar
waiting
bear,
for him.
and still is to
What a
this
cunt.
day, and you have the perfect recipe for an all-time classic. Though obviously not everyone thinks it's bad. Otherwise, there wouldn't be hundreds of fan games and fan animations and fan fiction and fan art, etc. made about it even to this day. Fan games and the fan art and the fan animations are a lot of fun, and I can see a lot of skill and passion in all of them. So no hate towards anyone that loves Sonic.exe and makes stuff about it. As much as I like to make fun of it, I really like to make fun of it, and I've been talking about it for years at this point. Which, by the way, still have a plan to review the Sonic.exe remake at some point. And yes, if you didn't know, there is an officially made Sonic.exe remake by the original author. It is also probably one of the most influential video game-based creepypastas ever written, one that came to define the genre and probably a good portion of all creepypastas to come, for better or for worse. However, there is another video game creepypasta that predates Sonic.exe that equally influenced the genre, and is, to this day, one of the best ones out there.
That's not nature though. We always get this. Nature's not the best.
Way of fucking dying. This harm is fucking dying.
Haunted Majora's Mask cartridge is a three-part multimedia.
Spawn all the way back here. That's very unlucky.
Created by Alexander E. Jostable Hall. Now, I'll be honest, in the research for this topic, I had actually gone on as long as it had, starting in 2010 and ending on Halloween Day of 2020. The first arc of the series, titled Haunted Cartridge, was released in 2010. It follows Kaliazaki Jostable. After acquiring a haunted N64 video game cartridge of Majora's Mask, he's plagued over the course of a single week by the presence of an omniscient being called Ben. The second arc, titled Moon Children, and taking place from late 2010 to early 2011, follows the public...
What is he doing, bro? Oh, we're never gonna get any fucking kills. That guy's fucking tough, bro.
Titled Awakening began
Absolute fucking dumbass.
following all multiple events here. This arc introduced a new scenario involving the aftermath of the first event in 2015 that caused a collapse of civilized society, and which continued the story established in the previous arc with the intent of putting together.
Orlando fucking sucks on this map.
Related all your review in a digestible formats, but I'm going to try my best, at least with the first and second arc. So consider this entry as multiple entries as I break it down for you all. Ben Drown was first published as an online series, web series, chapter expanded from September 7th to September 15th, 2010, for chapter text. This first arc was on the cartridge arc. The second arc, which began from September 17th, that same year until July 15th, 2011. All using the method of randomly selecting a combination of videos, chapters, and audience input between the story by a character like Ben, who is supposedly a beloved spirit of that child. Cause the author referred to the story as Gossip in a copy of the Zelda Majora's Mask. The first part is told in first person as the author comes to the audience, in this case an online forum, for him figuring out the strange events. It's completely innovative and interesting. It's not only a scary story layer to this, but these videos showcasing exactly what the author is describing in the posts breaks away from that troublesome problem, something that video game bosses have of the author not showing the reader what they are talking about, being so easy nowadays. Not to mention it being focused around a game that many consider to be a rather dark, repressive, tongue in the Legend of Zelda series, and you have the release inspired video game-based creepypastas as a whole. Now, as for the story contents of the original Uncharted arc, which is fair to say what most people are familiar with, they were a story summarized as follows. September 2010, just
What the?
a conversation.
How?
Suspicious Nintendo 64 cartridge.
That Han is still fucking alive and the Vader went all the way around and killed me.
Disturbing old
Oh my fucking god.
plunked the cartridge
I'm not
into
helping
his
him.
N64.
Fuck that.
The save data, what he assumed was the former owner of the cartridge, Ben, was still on it. As Jostable plays the game, little irregularities begin to pop up that aren't at all normal for the game. Eventually, these inconsistencies
Fuck this dude,
turn into
bro.
outright glitches, leading Jostable to go online, in particular 4chan, to post about his playing of the game as it unfolds. Over the course of several sessions, over a series of days, Jostable writes in painstaking detail about each bizarre scenario he finds himself in, including spontaneously bursting into flames and lying unconscious or dead as the Majora-possessed Skull Kid looks on in silence, as well as him attempting the Fourth Day Glitch, a well-known glitch in the Majora's Mask community where you skip the third day's ending. The ability to explore the in-game world is depicted in the credits section, which leads to several bizarre scenarios involving this Link statue. Eventually, Jostable tries to give the cartridge back to the old man, but is informed that the old man moved away. Jostable, after hearing from the neighbor as to what happened in the house that the old man lived in, comes to the conclusion that the cartridge is possessed by the spirit of its previous owner, a 12-year-old by the name of Ben, who had drowned almost 8 years prior. Subsequently, a figure calling themselves Ben seemingly begins contacting him in and beyond the game itself, including changing his computer's screen wallpaper to depict the LG of Activus, as seen here, and speaking through the online artificial intelligence Cleverbot. Using the LG statue as its physical form, Ben seems to take pride in being able to manipulate Jostable, who subsequently describes a series of dreams about the Moon Children depicted in the game's finale, including himself physically transforming into the LG, and how he believes he saw the old man who sold him the cartridge on his street looking into his window. Eventually, Ben is revealed to have been hijacking Jostable's computer and providing a false account of the story's narrative and resolution to 4chan and YouTube, using it to escape the cartridge onto the internet, declaring, "Now I am everywhere." A secret note from Jostable after an apparent epilogue from his roommate Tyler, who accompanied Jostable to the old man's former house after the first time he played the game, offers the true telling of the events and references videos that were never published, seemingly because Ben had deleted them. After publishing his final account of the past few weeks, called thetruth.rtf, Jostable
Queens is one step closer to something incredible. Metropolitan Park will create 25 acres of new public park space, investing over $1 billion in greener infrastructure and community benefits. Metropolitan Park is one step
Jesus
closer.
Christ,
What I see is raw human suffering and institutions. My name's Emmanuel Report. I'm from Metric Hub.
is never seen again. This is the main story most people are aware of, and as it stands, works fairly well as its own story outside of the sequels and further developments in the story. This is one of those creepypastas that, despite it being clearly very well edited clips from Majora's Mask, mixed with a scary story, it is written well enough that you could find yourself getting wrapped up in the story and forgetting that it's all fake. There's a couple cliches here and there, like getting the game from a creepy old man, but it's important to remember that this story was one of the first of its kind, so, to me, while some of these may be kind of cliches, they're more than acceptable here. Plus, there's nothing wrong with cliches so long as the rest of it is at least interesting, which it more than is. The continuation of this story, known as the Moon Children arc, could be read by, at the time, decoding a secret hidden cipher in Paul's YouTube account, where he posted the video evidence of the story. Investigative readers gained access to a website that led to the story's second arc. Despite it taking the appearance of an ordinary mid-2000s website, similar to that of Angel Fire, readers were able to find hidden URLs and secret conversations between the website's users, depicting a narrative that the website was the home of a doomsday cult that was stuck in a time loop similar to the one serving as the main mechanic in Majora's Mask. The website reselling itself every 3 days. Very clever. Information found on the website on the third day could then be used by readers either through online methods such as emails or by submitting videos of users playing specific songs, both Legends of
That's a
Zelda
shield.
and Majora's Mask to unlock an alternate path on the first day after the website is reset. This was an extremely interesting and innovative idea yet again, extremely ahead of its time. This alternate reality game of sorts added a lot of extra depth to the universe of Ben Brown, with some of the details being that the original Ben was apparently a member of said cult who had been sacrificed alongside several other individuals under the pretense of achieving what they call ascension, as well as that another member of the Doomsday cult named Alex had recently betrayed them, and that he had their own prophecy of end times revolving around the moon destroying the Earth, a la Majora's Mask, provided to them by their deceased prophet, Kilbris, in 1998. Kilbris, who similarly died under uncertain circumstances, is now seen within the cult as evidence of his own successful ascension. There's a bunch of other lore like that, but ultimately this cult wants to achieve ascension. They hold several parallels to the in-game world of Majora's Mask. You kind of get the point. Ultimately, this website ended with a cliffhanger, with Hollow Out's April 2011 ending of the Arc. And that was the story, the entire story of Ben Brown, for years up until 2020, when Hollow came back to finish the town once and for all. The third and final part of Awakening, which I'm gonna be honest, take like 2 more hours to fully explain in any way that would make sense. If this sounds really interesting to you, and you'd like to know the conclusion to what Ascension means and where all these story ties are ultimately going, then I would highly recommend you go watching my video that explains it all in better detail than I can in this iceberg video. In particular, I'd like to recommend YouTuber Ryan Geaver's retrospective / analysis / general explanation of the story from the Haunted Cartridge arc all the way up to the finale of the Awakening arc. He's a small YouTuber, and it's very clear that he put hours upon hours compiling all of the necessary footage and research and analysis to make sense of the story by the end. So I'd recommend you go check it out. It's a several hour journey, but hey, so are my videos, so what's the harm really? That said, Ben Drowned is one of those premier creepypasta stories that has stood the test of time and stands as one of the most creative and detailed creepypasta stories / ARGs ever created. Laughing Jack. Jack was created by Steve Akins, or Snuffball, and actually consists of 2 stories, that being Laughing Jack and the origin of Laughing Jack. The original tale of Laughing Jack follows the story of a mother and her 5-year-old son, James, in a suburban neighborhood. Told through the perspective of the mother, her son is visited by Laughing Jack out in their garden. Mom assuming that this Laughing Jack must be some sort of imaginary friend and their son is made up. Some sort of phase is what she accounts it to. One night, Mom, nightmare, witnessing the souls of
Oh my fuck off, Luke.
Fairground. The song populates the music. Next day, Laughing Jack places James' action figures on his mother's nightstand, and presumably they're looking for her. She questions James, and he simply tells her the truth, that Laughing Jack put those action figures on your nightstand, and much to her disbelief, and oddly placed anger and overreaction, that a couple of toys were in her room, I guess. Later, James receives a handful of candy from Laughing Jack in the garden. His mother notices this and demands him to tell how he got the candy. James again tells the truth. She assumes that one of the next door neighbors gave him the candy. Later, Laughing Jack kills their family dog, Fido, a very original name, by the way. Candy completed for as entrails for the kitchen lunch fixtures, belly stuffed with candy, and the rest of the kitchen absolutely trashed. The mother witnesses this, takes her son next door, where she then proceeds to call the police. Police dismiss it as a robbery, but the mother refutes their assertions, claiming that all doors were locked and the windows were open during the incident. She presumes that whoever did this was already inside her house prior to the incident. Not that any of these details actually matter, because I'm pretty sure the police Jax will look into it further, considering maybe shooting a dog or something while robbing the place. Yeah, that could happen, you know, maybe getting rid of the dog while you're stealing stuff, but gutting it and shooting it by its guts in the walls? Sounds like the wrong material thing. Anyway, the gopher turned home and decides to check out her son via a baby binder instead of, you know, having him sleep in the same room as her, or fucking sleeping someplace else. Something besides a worthless fucking baby monitor. So, after the mother is a solemn mom from Jane Parker. She then sees her son in the wall. He sits down with his eyes gouged out, tongue and teeth removed. She also sees Laughing Jack in his monstrous form, sadistically captures the sight of his work. Happy enough, her mother grabs a knife and tries to kill Laughing Jack, but he's simply vanished into a black cloud. Wilson straps the mother, causing her to accidentally plunge her knife into James' Harden's head, killing him instantly. Of course, that means police arrive just on time to arrest her and send her to that house. She claims that being institutionalized is not that
Fucking
bad,
Todd.
despite noting that somebody,
God.
presumably Laughing Jack, keeps playing Pop Goes the Weasel outside of her room. That's the original story, and really, it's not the worst thing out there. It has a lot of dumb leaps of logic, though. And I think its worst crime is being super predictable and cliche to the point that even back in 2013 or so, when the story was first released, I could tell everything that's going to happen before it actually happens. Also, Laughing Jack sort of reminded me of Pennywise from Stephen King's It, although perhaps a slightly better backstory than being a giant spider cat. The origin of Laughing Jack is, like so many of these creepypasta villain stories, the major meat and cheese of where all the story and writing wins. In fact, it's more than double the length. The story follows a lonely boy named Isaac Grossman in the 1800s of London who has an alcoholic father, an abusive mother, and is generally not living his best life. One Christmas night, Isaac finds a colorful box when opened. A colorful Jack-in-the-Box clown named Laughing Jack pops out, declaring that he is Isaac's best friend. Laughing Jack was created by a guardian angel looking out for poor old Isaac, and the colorful clown's personality reflects that of the personality of his owner as it changes. Thus, if Isaac likes ice cream, then Jack likes ice cream, and so on and so forth. They had some fun times for a while, until Isaac ends up killing the neighbor's cat in a game he was playing with Laughing Jack. Laughing Jack seems concerned, but Isaac seems to rather enjoy killing gas. But all the same, this gets in trouble with his parents, and they end up sending him off to boarding school, forcing him to have to abandon Laughing Jack in the box of the first he had him. As a result, Laughing Jack would have to wait years and years before he would ever get out of the box again, forcing him to learn what isolation really is inside that lonely box. Sounds he had for years on end, or both of Isaac's parents violently arguing with one another. Eventually, changes his once colorful and happy suit to monochrome, emotionless one instead. Eventually, Isaac's father kills his wife, and that in turn gets him hung out at the gallows, making Isaac the sole heir to the house he once lived in. He has long since forgotten about Laughing Jack, and is turned into a cold and wicked man. Isaac grew up around a cold-hearted serial killer. He announced tortures, murders several innocent residents right there in his childhood home, even making furniture out of some of them once he's done. He brutally killed women of all ages, and at one point, tortures a young boy. It's impossible. Laughing Jack sees all this from the confines of the box. Although horrified at first, Laughing Jack's personality sees and Isaac's evil innocence continues being given pleasure, just like in Isaac. One day, Isaac accidentally was more unleashed Laughing Jack, and he actually recovers his color
What? Oh my fucking Christ!
Demonic version of his former self.
Oh.
Brainless owner, as well as perfectly emulating his vindictive personality, Laughing Jack proceeds to torture Isaac slowly until he dies a terrible death.
Hi everyone, Mark Barton here at San Diego Promise. On December 14th, 2000.
Oh,
Using all the same weapons Isaac once used on his victims.
thanks fuck for the choke drop.
Goes on to torture children all across the world. What's the story about parts that I very much dislike? I think the Guardian Angel
Even
type
AI
character
Vadas can
reflecting
choke
the
drop.
personality of its owner is kind of cool idea. I like the idea that as Isaac grows more disillusioned with the world and more actively cruel, Laughing Jack grows more and more without meaning and contorts into the monster it eventually becomes. And I like the idea.
Why are you going for me, Vader, you stupid
The creation
tard?
of the Guardian Angel turning on his master because it's emulated his personality, which by that point he was pretty much a reprehensible monster. It's a unique enough premise for a monster. Like, you can clearly tell the most thought was put into that aspect of it. Honestly, though, my one change would be to not have the other story exist whatsoever.
Sometimes I
Just
amaze
have
even
this
myself.
story and possibly have Laughing Jack disappear once he kills his master, as if his purpose on this earth could be fulfilled. But maybe that's just me. Candle. While lost this here, the final stop on the psychotic airport beach is another Candle. Written by web cartoonist and author Chris Straub, 2009, who you might also be familiar with being the creator of the ARG channel, Local 58. Chris has a good habit of catching the attention of the internet, and somehow always sneaking in on how it works. Speaking of childhood brainwashing and memory/false memories that make up our most vivid memories and nightmares. Bring in that. Candle Code is told via an archived thread forum posts on a website called Nostalgia, where a group of users discussion on a budget children's TV show called Candle Code that they all remember watching on Channel 58 back when they were children. The show's about a young named Janice, who met herself to be afraid of pirates. Their characters are simply afraid by string marionettes. As users continue to reminisce, they begin to recall more disturbing details about the show, such as the character known as Skin Taker, a skeleton pirate who wears clothing made out of children's skin. An episode that consisted of James Grimes, so it was unfortunate a sword regarded as evil. His childhood and the kid was a the users trying desperately to find out what that thing was, to see it once more. Who had never existed at all, to see it. A song of childhood eventually works. It's a stored memory where our resides. It exists in last reminders. Last reminders of that unforgettable fear that's angry and only your childhood innocence is full of something that is real. As that innocence itself restores forgiveness, the ever-present pace that we're in. Yet, like so many of those same stories, this show and the code of existence fine. Back there is usually consistently home, despite the user's best efforts to find anything out about it. The story closes with the user stating that he recently asked his mother.
We all died, holy.
Responded that he has such an imagination.
We cooked? Yeah, we are.
Every time Candle Code came on, there was only static on the TV screen.
It's a good twist.
That ending is the perfect way to end this little tale of false memories and lost media, as without a doubt it is one of the best creepypastas ever written for its simplicity and instant relatability. We all have that one show, commercial, game, place, person, event that we remember from our childhood that seems impossible to find or fully re-experience. Some of us find it again after some sleuthing, some of us never do, and some of us find that those memories were but figments of our imagination, and that all those emotions and thoughts we had were all fiction. It sends a chill up one's spine because the scary part isn't the creepy lost show anymore. It's the fact that our minds were so easily able to create it. It makes one take pause, think about how much we can depend upon our memories. These moments that might have defined parts of our personalities, goals, and worldviews could all be but mere fabrications weaved by our unconscious minds. Perhaps they are shadows of something even more real within.
Was gonna get delivery, but couldn't find anything inspiring.
Great.
What is real in the land of memories. Oh, and I'd also be amiss if I didn't bring up the sci-fi
This is
show
still bright
Beyond
at
Zero,
8:30.
which is first
What the
season
fuck?
focused entirely around Candle Cove. I've not personally seen it myself, but it's gotten nothing but good reviews.
Doesn't look like it's fucking 6.
All the same,
I liked this yesterday.
example of creepypasta that stepped beyond the internet mythos and into a different medium entirely.
The assault plan requires that you take an Imperial command post in this area.
The backgrounds they caught recently is more so an idea than an exact pasta, though there have been several made about it. The most basic idea of the backrooms are these photos that seem to be this business space with no furniture, this yellow lighting, this seems to suggest
Fuck.
they may have been in a place like this before.
That's why it's called Long Summer Days. I've never heard that expression before. Maybe it's an American thing. Or maybe it's a worldwide thing. I'm just extremely sheltered.
This place being the zone you enter when you no-clip of reality. Now, if you're not familiar with the term no-clipping, it's used for when you basically fall through the floor or geometry in a video game as seen here. Usually falling into a great abyss of sorts. And actually, before I go too far into that idea, I also want to point out that these pictures are also part of a larger phenomenon and idea that many refer to as liminal spaces, which, according to liminalspace.org, is described as the following. The word liminal comes from the Latin word limit, meaning threshold, any point or place of entry or beginning. A liminal space is the time between or what was next. It is a place of transition, a season of waiting. Liminal space is where all transformation takes place, if we learn to wait and let it form us. This can be taken as either a transition between two locations, like a hallway, or a road that leads to other rooms, or in a more state of being, metaphysical idea, being the space in between one reality.
What the fuck? Why is this guy even in this thing? This thing's shit on this map.
Get into this. There's a lot.
Awful.
The idea comes from the feeling people have looking at these sorts of photos, which are typically abandoned or oftentimes empty spaces. A house with no people in it, a school during summertime, a mall late at night without a soul in it. It's a very interesting idea. Anyway, surrounding the backrooms conceptual, particularly no flip out of reality version of it, has since further expanded into this universe that reads a bit like a creepypasta, or perhaps an SCP Foundation story, or even just a general setting for other creepypastas.
480.
Is that If you go to the Backrooms wiki, you can find a whole plethora of lore and info about the universe of the Backrooms that is genuinely
That's not an hour. Oh my god.
this kind in some time. Well, I can't go through everything here since it really could be a
Let's
full
go to this
iceberg
cap.
if I'm being honest. I'll show you some of the basic lore about the Backrooms as if it were a creepypasta. To start, there are 8 canon levels in the Backrooms lore. Level 0, Level 1, Work of Danger. Level 2, Keg Rings. Level 3, Level Station. Lights Out. Level 7, The Flooded House. And Plagues the Cave System. Each of these levels have their own rules, environments, sounds, means of survival, and entities that skulk around them. For example, Level 0, which is the one that most of the original photos are based around, reads as follows. Quote, Level 0 is a non-linear space, resembling the background of a rectangle. All rooms in Level 0 appear uniform, share superficial features, such as yellow wallpaper, damp carpets, and inconsistently placed floors and lighting. However, no two rooms within Level 0 are identical. The installed lighting flickers inconsistently and hums at a constant frequency. This buzzing is notably louder and more obtrusive than ordinary fluorescent humming. An examination of the fixtures to determine the source has been inconclusive. The substance saturating the carpet cannot be consistently identified. It is not water, nor is it safe to consume. Linear space in Level 0 is altered drastically. It is possible to walk in a straight line and return to the starting point and end up in a completely different set of rooms than ones previously passed through. Due to this visual similarity between rooms, consistent navigation is extremely difficult. Devices such as compasses and GPS locators fail to function within Level 0, and radio communications are disturbing. Level 0 is accessed by an accidental node clip out of bounds in the wrong area in normal reality. This is all just lore based around one level of this world. And there are not just the 8 levels, but sub-levels, fake levels, negative levels. There are groups and communities living in some of these levels, their own culture and means of getting around this dreamscape. And then you have the such as faces, which are described as humanoid entities that appear as ordinary humans, smooth, featureless patches of skin where their face should be. They dress
What the fuck?
generally friendly and harmless, wandering
That number.
aimlessly around the various levels of the backrooms. Both adults and child baselings have been cited, with children being more mischievous and prone to pranks than theft. Some theorize that they were once ordinary humans who got lost in the back row and lost their skin. They are often preyed upon by other, more hostile entities. The Hounds. Quotes, Hounds are naked humanoid entities with shaggy black hair on their head and oversized mouths, which created many hounds. Michael Lasher went there.
Yeah,
Back
good work.
Such a fuck garb. Jagged.
I don't care about Congress, bro.
Sharp.
British. I don't know what a Congress is.
They are some of the
Oh
most
my
common hostile entities found all around the
I'm not dude, Bobby. No, 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 no.
They will hunt down and attack anyone on sight, but can be easily avoided if one is quick and clever. Hounds are not very smart and can be easily given the slip, or even momentarily intimidated into backing down if one stares them straight in the
I
eye.
know, it's another one.
I could literally go on for hours here about all the dangerous entities that lay within the contour of the backrooms. Seriously, some very creative stuff. If any of this has fascinated you or caught your attention, I would highly suggest you go check out the Backrooms fandom wiki. Jump into a deep end that sort of reminds me of the SCP Foundation if you're familiar. Also, if you would like me to make a separate video going way more in depth with the backrooms as well, maybe going through all the levels, describing as many creatures and stuff as I can, maybe you can look forward to that. Funny enough, as the more I researched this topic, the more fascinating it became. A new scary rabbit hole that is more than worth the look. Have you seen this man? So this one's pretty short, so I'll read it. Quote, in January 2006, New York, a patient of a well-known psychiatrist draws the face of a man that has been repeatedly appearing. In order to communication, that man is given her advice on her private and woman's schools that she has never met before. Her advice forgotten on the psychiatrist's desk for a few days, until one day another patient recognizes the face and says that that man has often visited him in his dreams. He also claims that he has never seen a man before. The psychiatrist decides to send a worker to some of his colleagues that have patients with recurrent dreams. Within a few months, more patients recognized the man as a frequent presence in their dreams. All the patients refer to him as this. From January 2006 to today, at least 2,000 people claim they have seen this man in their dreams in many cities all over the world. Los Angeles, Berlin, Sao Paulo, Iran, Beijing, Rome, Barcelona, Stockholm, Perth, New Delhi, Moscow, etc. At the moment, there is no ascertained relation or common trait among the people that have dreamed of seeing this man. Moreover, no living man has ever been recognized as resembling the man. By the people who have seen this man, the story currently goes all the way back to 2008 on a website titled Evergreen This Man, where the story can be pictured and pictured. It was apparently supposed to be a publicity stunt, directed by Brian Berkman, also known as the dude who directed The Stranger that had seen. Did anyone else realize those films were separated by 10 years? Well, anyway, it didn't go anywhere, so now we're just kind of left with this ugly dude and this somewhat creepy or maybe more interesting story that probably very familiar with the video game related. It's been full of spoilers, references, and parody identity back by this point. So with that being said, Oblivious is far less creepypasta back in the 2000s. To be fair, those two terms, creepypasta and urban legend, can vary with the argument, or just different words for what's essentially the same thing. They're scary stories spread through the internet. They're usually told true story, even if they're almost always never actually a true story. Tangent aside, the story goes that a mysterious arcade cabinet with bizarre gameplay appeared suddenly in arcades in a few select locations in the early 80s. Oblivious was supposedly a government-run, crowdsourced psychology experiment based in Portland, Oregon, during 1981. The game is reported to have strange effects on anyone who happens to play it, many being extremely addicted to the simple gameplay, as well as producing other strange psychological effects on its players. The actual gameplay of the game is unknown, but it's said to have graphics that was far ahead of its time.
What?
And was thus
Fuck off, Vader.
The attention of anyone daring enough to play it. Men in black suits would periodically come and check on the cabinets, fidgeting with it, until the day came when those same men in black came to take the machines out of the arcades. Never.
All Domino's pizzas are half off. Hurry, it's this week off.
I'm not getting on Domino's, yeah. I'm gonna be fat as fuck if I do. I'll do it on that.
It was seen again, which left everyone asking what the true purpose.
I want munchies are a vibe though.
Yes, what exactly was it testing? That's the basic gist of the urban legend. And since then it's evolved, been retold, etc. And continues to persist as one of the most interesting legends of its kind. It's of course all fake, but given how simple the story is and how much mystery is left to the reader, like exactly how far did this experiment go, what was its true purpose, how deep does this rabbit hole go, sort of stuff, are the questions that keep it fresh and relevant to this day. Username 666. So I've covered this one before on my YouTube Pumpkin Iceberg. It's essentially this video made by Nana8257. 763 that showcases someone looking up 666 in the YouTube search bar and then refreshing the page over and over and over again until YouTube becomes this hellscape that hosts one channel with extremely disturbing content. It's less a written thing and more of a scary video. It has more than made its round by this point. It's nonetheless one of my favorite creepypasta related videos and one that I'll never forget. But there's not really much else I can really add to it besides, once again, recommending that you go check out Nana's channel. He makes very
Where did it?
stuff.
He reached me?
So, please
From down there?
background on this particular creepypasta.
Dude, it was fucking Inspector Gadget Extendo
This
arms.
kind of creepy looking character
Fuck was that?
in the Sega Saturn game Sonic Hawk. Now, besides having a fucking banger soundtrack, most people know about this game for being kind of a racing game that was one of the only Sonic games that came out on the Sega Saturn, when there wasn't a mainline Sonic game on the console, and yeah. But the other thing almost everyone knows about this game is this titular Tails doppelganger. In the game, it's just a random character that you can play as and race alongside the other characters. But at some point, it's unknown where it all exactly first started, and trust me, I really tried to look it up. People began writing about how creepy the doll from this game is, and eventually, a story came about known as the Tails Doll Curse. This, in a similar fashion to Bloody Mary, was sort of a summoning ritual for the doll. You had to sit alone in your bathroom, lights out, and play Do You Feel the Sunshine backwards for an extended period of time, which would eventually summon the doll and then curse your soul to hell or whatever was supposed to happen next, I guess. This wasn't even a story or version of that curse either. Like some said, you needed to beat all of Sonic R first, and then beat the Tag-Your-It minigame in Sonic R's Tails Doll, which would be quite difficult by this point since you're going to have to capture Super Sonic at this point. And then you go to the bathroom ritual. And sometimes it'd be Do You Feel the Sunshine backwards, or it would be Living in the City backwards, which does make a little more sense since that's actually the level you want Tails Doll in, but somehow Do You Feel the Sunshine kind of became the more canon version, I guess. This was fairly widespread, the same way Sonic.exe was and is now. There were tons of video on YouTube talking about it, trying to summon the Tails Doll. There were fan art, fan games, and even entire websites dedicated to fake accounts of people who witnessed the beast, as well as other random scary stories related to the doll. I distinctly remember visiting these websites and watching these videos all I even remember that there were attempts at creating a backstory for the doll, since in the game there really isn't any. The story goes that someone at Sega had committed some kind of act or curse to infect the game with his or a demon spirit or what have you. It usually involves someone at Sega that did something that ended up transferring a soul to the game. In the end, it was all just fun and games. But I distinctly remember me and my brother, and eventually even my sisters, getting really into it, scaring ourselves shitless, going to the bathroom, trying to summon things on multiple occasions. And we were reasoning this particular story connected with us at first so much, which involves me actually having to share a creepypasta of my own that's associated with Tails. You see, one of the versions of the curse noted that after you completely beat the game, if you had did the summoning correctly, you would see a picture of the Tails doll at the end credits. In particular, this super creepy official render of the character. Yes, this ultra ominous picture is actually the official render picture for this character. This single detail is actually something that genuinely scared the shit out of me and my brother. Because, and I swear to God that I'm not lying about this, the first time we ever beat Sonic R back on the Sonic Gems collection on the GameCube, we both remember seeing this official render of the Tails doll show up before the credits. In fact, my brother said that was not but I used to work on the credits.
Oh my
I
god.
tried Virgin Voyages.
Of course, the Ablo.
Cruising free. This is all I get for beating this dumb game of picture of a Tails toy, which bear in mind, this was a good year before we had ever heard of the Tails curse, and we didn't have ready access to the internet, at least not our own personal computers or anything at that point. It was even more spooky, as we have never been able to get this official render of the Tails doll to appear at the end of the game credits again since. Right, so, yeah, this render was obvious enough. Now I associate it with game pretty possible, but I only realized was fucking strange after the fact. Like, there's no reason this official render would show up in the game, especially not there, but I swear maybe it's just an Mandela effect.
Oh,
I'm not gonna get into that. I'll say my favorite
I know it's guys.
Tails Dog will always hold a special place in my heart.
Come on, you're really gonna fight?
Fuck that.
Watch my back. I'm gonna try something stupid.
Trying to up the railing.
This'll be loud.
I sorry.
I believe it was a film, a part of the media, scared me. Kids and adults. Every episode revolved around very up-to-date ideologies. Stuff like bad kids stay up late, bad kids have very friends under the
Yeah, it could work.
and bad kids still. It was very weird, and it aired.
Bro, that's 3 Palpatines going to grow up here. Holy shit.
Force the Imperials to retreat, and we now have a foothold established on the sanctum moon.
Oh,
Well done. Now the battle can continue as planned.
Closed door. As it got closer to the door,
what is that, like 10 levels, I think?
agonizing scream.
Should be 10.
It was extremely frightening,
Possibly 11.
especially for children's programming. Then, as
Oh, no, it should be 12. Yeah, 12 levels. Yeah.
Eventually, both the image and the sound would fade out, and that would be the end of the episode. About 15 or 16 years later, I became a journalistic photographer. That show had been in my mind all my life, popping up in my thoughts sporadically. Eventually, I had enough and decided to do some research. I finally managed to uncover the location of the studio where much of the channel's programming had been recorded. Upon further research and eventually traveling on site, I found out it was now desolate and had been abandoned after the big war had ended. I entered the building with my camera. It was burned from the inside. Either a fire had broken out or someone had wanted to incinerate all of the furniture. After a few hours of consciously making my way into the studio and snapping pictures, I found an isolated, out-of-the-way room. After having to break through a few old ones and managing to break the heavy door open, I remained frozen for several long minutes. Pieces of blood, feces, and tiny bone fragments lay scattered across the floor. It was a small room and an extremely morbid system. What's really depressing about amazing everyone to a band with a caged microphone hanging from the ceiling in the middle of the room, unquote. And that's where the bad kids go. It's a short and sweet little creepypasta. I wanted to add this one in because I remember it being quite popular at the time, and it stuck out in my brain as one of the ones that visually was the most creepy and direct to the point. There are a few parts that could be rewritten a little bit better, but overall, this one's a lesser-known classic. Word I can't say, mouse.avi. This is the lost episode creepypasta that came before all others. The granddaddy of lost episodes. And it's a fairly short one at that. It's basically about an old, lost black and white episode of Mickey Mouse from way back in the day. The description of the episode is just Mickey on a looping walk cycle that slowly distorts, showing weird effects and colors. The background warping, Mickey's face contorting, and the sound of gurgled screaming resonating through the whole film. The last few seconds of the film are apparently a mystery, as one of the only people who have seen it, a security guard, after having seen it, repeated the line, "Real suffering is not known," 7 times before.
Welcome to Phaeton.
Fucking guys. Gotta chill the fuck out with that thing, game.
Thus leaving it a mystery no one wanted to see themselves. Boston then goes on to say that many employees have tried to get the episode online, that apparently it was uploaded online to this creepypasta that I didn't say. There's of course the famous video which I showcased in my YouTube Iceberg series before, as well as various other versions that have since been made. But yeah, that's about it. For the granddaddy of lost episode creepypastas, it's not too bad. It's fairly short and straight to the point, but yeah, that's about it. I hate you. So, I Hate You is an interesting creepypasta for a few reasons. Number one, it's the first of our Super Mario variety creepypasta. And second, it's written by the prolific Slime Beast.
That just spawned, man.
Creepypastas back in the
Fuck
day,
on.
you already know who this guy is. If you don't, he's the author behind some of the most popular and generally well-regarded creepypastas. He's also the guy who runs the official
Didn't think I was
Creepypasta
gonna run
Reddit
it,
page and has since gone on to write several books and creepy story anthologies in general. All of this to say, he's gonna come up quite a few more times on this iceberg.
What's your
That being
name?
said, this is
Forget it.
definitely a strange one to introduce him to, as it's creepypasta. Another term that vets would know about very well. Creepypastas
What the-
are badly written
Bruh.
pastas that were badly written. A super extreme, or to poke fun at other popular creepypastas or tropes, etc. However, it's an interesting creepypasta because it's written to troll people thinking it was a serious attempt at writing a video game creepypasta. The stories of their narrator describe how important Super Mario World is in a similar way to Samba XC, as well as the background of the game. How he played it off with the same Super Nintendo ROM for years. How he played it dozens of times, and even used game cheat codes to mess with the game and experience it in new ways. One day, when he's playing his favorite game, he comes across an eyeless balloon, something which he provides ample screenshots of. And from there, the author describes a whole plethora of strange events that happen one after the other, including finding a hidden level of the game that can only be gone through with a cheat code. Yet Mario goes through this macabre gauntlet, going from one thing to the other, until he finally gets to the end of the level and ends up meeting with Luigi, who apparently wants to kill Mario because, according to the narrator, he's always played second banana to Mario, and that the reason Princess Peach always gets captured so fucking fast and so often is because it was all an inside job by Luigi or Bowser. And after that revelation, Luigi attempts to kill Mario. Mario doesn't fucking die. He then dunks Luigi into a pit of lava, cries as Luigi screams at the lava, and then we get this final end screen. Now, a few of you might be familiar with this creepypasta. It might be surprised for me to say that it's a troll pasta, as again, many read this creepypasta as if it were just a serious attempt.
It's not possible.
Myself, I always took the creepypasta at face value back when a few people read it back in the day. But upon reflection, there definitely are some
ridiculous.
context clues throughout the entire thing. For example, the whole creepypasta, the narrator is self-aware that he is writing a creepypasta, and that it's not like those other video game creepypastas where the game is haunted or is summoning Satan, etc. No, instead it's a hidden level of Mario that reveals the true story of the game. It is honestly taking the piss the rest of the way. The story's narrator is so overdramatic while being self-aware, it's actually kind of genius at making fun of not only the tropes of, say, Sonic.exe, but also those that came after that tried to tell the same sort of story, but be sure to tell you that they were very different, that they weren't like Sonic.exe, but still had that very dramatic tone to them. The type of creepypastas that let you know that they know you read lots of video game-based creepypastas, and that this one is not like those ones. Almost as if to try to one-up everything else that you've read before this point, only to then basically be the same thing that you've read up to this point. And again, it was actually so good at emulating that exact style of creepypasta that most people just assumed it was totally a real take on writing one of those types of stories. But upon rereading it for this video, I could tell you it just felt too much like something satirizing the genre to be a serious attempt. And sure enough, through some research, Slimebeast has actually said that it was always intended to be a trollpasta. And just to be sure that he wasn't rewriting history with that a little bit, I did make double sure, and yes, the forum he originally posted it to, one of the very first responses to this story right after was that it was a trollpasta. Slimebeast has done this before as well, at the time that he wrote a creepypasta that was impossible for narrators to read without giving away the twist ending called Sad Kid. But yeah, it's a badly written creepypasta on purpose to poke fun at the tropes of the time, which is funny because again, a lot of people unironically like the story in the same way people unironically like Sonic.exe. There are even fan games surrounding this story the same way there are Sonic.exe. I even remember back when some ordinary gamers read creepypastas, they considered it to be a pretty good creepypasta, that it seemed a little bit better than some of the other video game creepypastas we read. I remember that this story, for a time, was considered one of the better video game creepypastas, even though it was always meant to be a shitty one.
Just fucking alley-oop to myself on the mole.
This one was a classic written by Camden Lamont, originally posted on his website Slack Lane, and opens on the following paragraph. Quote, the year was 1989. That sentence brings me back to my senior kindergarten class when I was 5 years old. We used to read and date on the blackboard every single day. The year 1999 exists in the same no matter how you try to forget it. 1999 marked the year I lost my first tooth. My first time out. And unfortunately, the early loss of my childhood innocence. The story goes on to see our narrator recount how that his father got tired of hearing his son whine about not being able to watch Pokemon days that he was watching football on the family TV. So he ended up getting his son's small blue TV with funny ear antennas and everything. They only had a select number of channels, but the narrator was at least somewhat happy to just have something of their own to watch. Eventually, after mostly sticking to Channel 2, TVO Kids, he ends up discovering Channel 21, which seems like a strange kids show channel that the narrator proceeds to describe in detail, including a show about a guy in a bear costume who went by Mr. Bear, and usually had some sort of guest on. But the guest was always a kid. What unfolds is a tale of a man using a local broadcasting station to lure children into his house so he can use them for his show and do other things that are quite dark and awful and evil. The story is written as if it were a blog, with each new chapter being a new post to the blog. I suppose I have a bit of a soft spot for stories that recount bad or scary memories from childhood and reflecting upon it with an adult mind. And the opening blog post, or chapter I suppose I should say, to this entire thing is so well written and put together, it just captures me immediately with the concept and the story and all the dark things that then proceed. My only real gripe with the story is that it does meander quite a bit in the middle. And I think it also sort of blows its pesto sauce a little early for my liking. And by that I mean, the chapters that follow the first one have little inklings and bits of interesting stuff, but a lot of it is sort of waiting for the interesting stuff to come back up and getting reintroduced to the narrator and what he's doing, and yeah, I mean, it's somewhat interesting, but it does definitely leave you wondering where the fuck this is all going. And spoilers, not really anywhere. I mean, once you find out that Mr. Bear is killing kids and throwing them into a pit of fire for some sort of ritual of some sorts, I mean, it doesn't really, the story never really tops that. Okay, it just doesn't. And the closest it comes to it is in the later chapters, which is the part that kept me invested when Mr. Bear supposedly gets in contact with our main character. As in the original story, the original blog post, he was going to appear on Mr. Bear's show at some point. But it didn't end up happening. With the later blog posts make it seem as though Mr. Bear is somewhat obsessed with the one that got away, maybe. But that doesn't end up going anywhere. So it kind of feels like a red herring, but it was a really interesting red herring, and I kind of wish the story would have gone in that direction. But oh well. The stuff it does do well, it does very well, and I'd still highly recommend it.
Hey, Meta. Film this.
The Killer. So this one was more than a rabbit hole than I originally thought it was going to be jumping into this. So, Jane the Killer. The one that I'd say most are more familiar with is titled Jane the Killer, True Story. It follows our protagonist, Jane Arkansas, who is a 14-year-old girl and neighbor to Jeff the Killer and his family before they die and what have you. The first half or so of the story is basically a retelling of Jeff the Killer's story through Jane's perspective, and she just so happens to always be around for all the major events. Jane's commentary is next level edge with a dash of nonsensical logic and words being misused for just a little bit of nice. She seems suspicious of Jeff from the start, even though she really has no reason to, since Jeff is really only defending himself up to the very end of the original story from a bunch of bullies. And see, I think the intention here was to have Jane be more seen, more clever, and intelligent, because she was able to see the signs that Jeff was going to be a killer ahead of time. But it actually just makes her seem like a total bitch and dumbass, because there's no reason she should ever get those signs at all. She seems to base the entire idea that Jeff is a bad kid off of the fact that 3 bullies canceled him and his brother and stood up for himself there. And maybe beat them up a little bit too hard, sure, but at the very least he wasn't starting the fight. However, what's actually very interesting as well is she seems obsessed with this new kid, Jeff, for no real good reason, since she seems to think he's weird and not good to be around, yet she also keeps following him around and his brother's every move. One particularly funny scene is when Jeff and the bullies are fighting at the house. You know, when the teenagers have guns and no one is doing anything to stop them. Jane was apparently at that party and manages to run outside of the house, call the cops, and run back in with a fire extinguisher when she sees Jeff screaming on the ground on fire. However, just in case you think it was going to be that Jane saved Jeff the Killer here, no, she doesn't actually use the fire extinguisher to save Jeff. She instead screams at his screaming, fiery self faints and manages to knock herself the fuck out by banging her head against
What
the
the
fire.
fuck, bro?
Anyway, after she wakes up in the hospital, she gets hassled by a nurse for some fucking reason. And from there, the nurse, her friends, and basically everyone keeps asking her if Jeff is her boyfriend, or if she has a crush on him, or if she's gonna hook up with them. All of which she denies. But, Baka, no, I don't like Jeff. No, but actually, this comes out of nowhere, since the only time she is ever within contact with Jeff, like physically, is when she sees him on fire and she faints. I guess he was a little too hot for her, huh? Actually, she faints like 2 other times during the course of the story. Each time having to see Jeff, so, it might not be too far off with that show, actually. Yeah, it's really weird timeline. Especially when we get to the third act, where Jeff's family and Jane's family were originally going to have a dinner party. I guess because Jane was nice to Jeff, because she was going to put him out, his misery, the fire extinguisher, but still didn't, but oh well. But, of course, Jeff ends up killing his entire family, just like in the original story. And then he ends up killing Jane's whole family, and sorting them all around a dinner table for her. We, of course, get a pseudo-Texas Chainsaw Massacre family dinner scene, but not cool or scary in the slightest, actually. And then Jeff, after taunting Jane for a little bit because he wants to make her beautiful just like he is, he lights her house on fire and herself on fire. She then wakes up in the hospital later, all burnt up and very upset. Though not about her parents and friends being dead, mind you, but that she has been lit on fire and didn't turn into a big titty goth girlfriend. No, she's just a plain old burn victim now. She's then medically induced to faint, and then she eventually gets a present delivered to her hospital room from none other than Jeff the Killer himself. The gift he gives her is a totally emo makeup mask so that she can look cool and stuff and be his girlfriend. So then she dons the mask he gave her for some reason and then swears her revenge on Jeff the Killer. Bit here near the end, but I think you get the point. That's basically all I have. This is the version of Jane the Killer that would later be thrown into spin-offs. Have new stories and fan fiction and fan art made around her. And of course, have plenty of Jane x Jeff fan art made between them, even though it should make no sense and she wants to kill him. I guess we're gonna have those OTP creepypasta pairings anyway, huh? It's not a well-written story. But as a weird pseudo-sequel to Jeff the Killer, it's fucking fun enough, though. I mean, it does match the tone and issues of the original Jeff the Killer so well that it might as well be the official sequel. They go together so perfectly. So, in other words, it's a stupid, awful story, but I love it all the same. It's a great one. However, as I said, this is the one everyone knows about, but it's actually not the original story. See, with a name like Jane the Killer story, as well as the opening of said story, talking about how she's gonna set the record straight about her character, it's no shock that this famous pasta fan work is in fact a fan work of another fan work written by author Fear the Black Wolf, or Mr. Angry Dog. The original Jane the Killer story was titled Born of Science, Jane the Killer.
Oh my god, Domino.
Now, the thing is, the original story is actually worse, in my opinion. The story follows Jane Richardson, who had her parents killed by Jeff the Killer and works at IHOP. So she's hopping along.
What the fuck?
Eventually, she sees a brochure that says they'll
In Sniper Town?
$150 for giving her blood away to them. So after saying about 1 million times that it'll really help me pay my rent off if I go there, she goes, there being a shady blood bank. She has her blood taken and then leaves. Then later, she ends up doing the same thing again for $10,000 this time, which, yes, That's quite a jump. She doesn't find anything suspect about this, though, or really anything shady about this situation at all. Now, the direction I thought this story was going to be going into was they weren't just taking her blood, but they were also maybe injecting something into her a little bit. That was like a test that was eventually going to turn her into Jane the Killer or some stupid shit like that. But no, actually, through a contrived chain of events, she ends up being under the knife of the blood bank after she was already paid at least twice by this point. But not just under the knife of the blood bank, but also the sheriff's office, the government, and by that I mean like several branches and chains of the government just all fucking there, all of which want to drain her of all her blood and replace it with a serum called, and I'm not making this up, liquid hate. She of course is more than happy to do this because I have no fucking idea. So Jane has all the blood drained from her body. For like a moment she dies, and errands, and blah 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 blah. And then the liquid hate revitalizes her. And as it turns out, the liquid hate turns her into a fucking super soldier who can kill instantly, has a murderous bloodlust, and that the government has no way of controlling. This was all apparently part of the plan, though, so that they can now have a super soldier that can go after Jeff the Killer. Because of the government. He's incapable of stopping an edgy emo kid with a knife. Okay, and so Jane the Killer goes off with a knife. New. Something the author takes careful measure to have us know at least 5 times in the last couple paragraphs of the story. And she goes on to don some black clothes and other such shit that it goes into too much detail over. And then she goes on to hunt with Jeff the Killer. That is the end of the story. So yeah, that's the story of the original Jane the Killer. Except, the author behind this work also wrote a secondary piece to go along with the story titled Jane's Letter, which is Jane writing a letter to Jeff the Killer, in which she left at the scene of a crime she just committed, where she killed a whole fucking family. Now, you see, in this version of Jane the Killer, she kills innocent people because she hates serial killers and wants to kill them before Jeff gets to them first. Excuse me, why? If you're having a hard time making sense of that, then don't know. I will happily explain it to you. You see, Jane the Killer is a stupid bitch. But anyway, that's enough of Jane the Killer. For now. Some weirdos out in this jungle.
Okay, that's not good.
I think we may be a bit of holding on to this. We have a long journey ahead of us, and I cannot afford for it to come to a bloody end
An arm like this.
so soon. Pen Pal is a masterpiece, plain and simple. If you haven't read the story, or at the very least heard Mr. Creepypasta read it in full, then you are missing out on one of the most engaging, disturbing, and emotional roller coaster rides that I've ever read in a creepypasta format, that is. And actually, more than just a creepypasta, it's just a great story that I cannot speak highly enough of. But with that being said, what the hell is it about after all this build-up? Well, the original story is broken up into 5 chapters. Footsteps, balloons, boxes, screens, and friends. Originally posted by Reddit user 1000 Vultures, or Dathan Arabach, on the r/NoSleep sub, the story is told through the non-linear memories of Opera that relates to several odd and scary incidents that all start to conflict with one another, all having to do with an obsessed stalker who tracks him throughout his childhood. It all starts with an incident when our narrator wakes up outside of the bedroom, instead out inside of the forest, a strange place that he's never been, even as someone who explored the woods when he was young. He'd never been to this odd clearing. There's also a shark blow-up.
This fucking lizard, bro.
But perhaps metaphorical. Moreover, the narrator not only recounts these strange incidents, but how the stalking only got worse. It seems to want him and his mother to know the stalking. He is seeing their everything. The story eventually moves on to the present day as the mystery around these events finally divulge themselves in dark truth, which I would go into, but it's a someone who's never experienced it by giving away the spoiler. Plus, it's one of those types of spoilers that would need like a ton of context from the entire story, and yeah, I don't want to be here for another 30 or 20 minutes going over every single chapter. What I will say is our book has a way of words that really pulls me in. From the relatable yet insightful narrator, to the realistic tone woven through dialogue, to the twists after twists after twists, and moments of pure dread grounded in realistic reactions, it truly makes this one of my all-time favorites. Now, the only negative I will say about the story is that during parts of the middle, leading up to the end, it does stag a little bit, but the ending more than makes up for it. That's all I'll say about that. Auerbach would later publish a story into a full-on novel, adding some extra details and what have you, but overall, telling the same basic story. He's also since written another novel, which I haven't read yet personally, but I might give it a go sometime soon. But anyway, in a sea of good, bad, and ugly creepypastas, Pen Pal certainly sits above many of them. Especially the second chapter, Balloons. Like, if you only were going to read one part of this whole story, at the very least, read that one. Because that was enough to make you stick through the rest of it, so but it also works exceptionally well as just its own little short story. Balloons, short story time. The Portraits.
Was gonna get delivered, but couldn't find anything inspiring.
And you're still not gonna find anything inspiring.
There was hunger in the woods. After a long day hunting, was in the middle of an immense forest. It was getting dark.
People are downstairs. We got two people downstairs, one person upstairs. What to do? That Luke's dead. Okay, we have no one upstairs, but
across a cabin in a small clearing. Realizing how dark it had grown, he decided to see if he could stay there for the night. He approached, found the door ajar. Nobody's inside. The hunter flopped down in a single bed, deciding to explain himself to the owner in the morning. As he looked around, he was surprised to see the walls adorned by many portraits, all painted in incredible detail. Without exception, they appeared to be staring down at him, their features twisted into looks of hatred. Staring back, he grew increasingly uncomfortable. Making an concerted effort to ignore the many hateful faces, he turned to face the wall, and exhausted, he fell into a restless sleep. Face down in an unfamiliar bed, he turned quickly to get unexpected sunlight. Looking up, he discovered that the cabin had no portraits, only windows.
goddamn. What are you doing?
Charlotte, look, you thought we were done with the killer story, son.
Oh.
What if I told you we're just getting started? This is one of the most infamous bad bosses around. In fact, it's so bad, so gay, that I genuinely after reading this, trying to find out who wrote it, where this first posted, so I could know if it was a troll pasta or if it was like the most blatant example of self-insert most suggested killer fanfiction that I've ever read. In the end, I came up kind of short of that answer, but I feel as though I can't really do this one justice without reading it in full. So, without further ado, this is
I can't tell if we're trying to take upstairs or downstairs. I really don't know.
And meeting Jane the killer was a big thrill for him.
Yeah, you know, fuck this. Yoda, you can just sit down there.
Falling down the stairs.
Lost.
On the psychopathic ways. Charlie was going through a rough bullying stage of school.
They're gonna kill that frog. They're gonna kill that fucking frog, bro. Holy shit.
The back of her mind and carried on with
Fuck it, yeah, he's dead.
Beat up the girl's back foot. She heard the voices screaming at her until one day she snapped and listened to the voices in her head.
Why did he hop downstairs? Luke, you fucking ass.
Yeah, then licked the blood off her pipe.
What?
She leaned near the bully's body and whispered, "Now you know how I felt when you called me ugly. Said I was too fat to be anyone like me. That I was a poor, miserable myself." After she realized what she'd done, and ran away. She feel bad about this. Actually, she felt quite glad. Wanted to do more. So Charlie went out. She killed more people just because she liked them and feeling them. No, she wasn't fearing it. Charlie was never a mean girl. She always just sit there and head for crap. She had beautiful eyes, brunette hair. But she started wearing really dark makeup and dyed her hair black. She'd read the Jeff the Killer stories and looked further into this as Jeff was her inspiration. She went on and started doing what Jeff did. She used to say, "Don't go to sleep. I want you to feel the pain I went through."
God
Then
fucking
she would
Christ.
blow up their guts and burn them in their own stomach acid, watching as blood would fly everywhere. Charlie became the talk of the town. One day, she went on a search for Jeff the Killer. She looked everywhere, hoping that one day they'll meet. Charlie finally met Jeff. Jeff looked at her. He didn't say a thing. His eyes were locked onto hers. He walked up to her and brushed her hair behind her ear and kissed her on the cheek. Charlie blushed and questioned Jeff. "Why do you like someone like me? I'm just a fat, ugly whore." Jeff looked down at the floor and then looked up at Charlie again. "You're the most beautiful person I've ever met.
This is like some Gage
Ugly
fan fiction.
Jeff spoke. "I think that we should be together, as I've heard a lot about you, and I was fascinated." Charlie started blushing as Jeff grabbed her cheek and brought his lips close to hers. She pushed away. "Why did you push me away? Don't be scared of me, please," Jeff said as they stood down an alley in the rain.
Stood
"Jeff,
down an
you
alley?
don't know what I've been through. All I do is push people away." Charlie whimpered as tears started streaming down her face. "I will always love you, no matter what happens," Jeff said, wrapping his arms around Charlie. "I have the urge to kiss you, but I feel as though if I do, that you'll just leave me. My father left me after violently beating me, and my mother. I don't want to fall in love with you, as then I'll have to trust you, and I don't want to end up myself like my mother." Charlie began to explain. "I will never hurt you. You're the most precious thing to me. I've been waiting to meet you as soon as I heard about you."
They've just met.
2 years. Jeff decided it was time that Charlie and him should get married.
What?
Starvation in all 50 states, and everyone asks, "What's next?" Well, can you believe we've never been on a cruise? For the first...
"Charlie," Jeff leant down on one knee, "will you do me the honors of becoming
Honors.
mine?" Jeff opened up the case to see a gorgeous ring with little diamonds going around the edge. "Yes." Charlie squealed in joy. "Yes, I will marry you." As tears of joy streamed down both of their face, they went back home. A week later, Charlie sits down at the bottom of the bed and begins to cry. "What's wrong?" Jeff curiously asks. I'm pregnant."
Oh,
Charlie cries.
fucking hell.
Jeff says surprisingly. "I'm 13 weeks pregnant. I was going to tell you before, but I didn't want to make a big fuss and then we lose it." "Charlie, this is great news." The end. So, yeah. This is either a very well put together troll pasta, or this is an extremely edgy emo's creepypasta about Jeff the Killer falling in love with them instantly and marrying them and having a baby. So, I think this one speaks for itself, really. Because it fucking sucks. Annie 96 is typing.
What
This
the?
was written as though it were two people
Just lost everything.
messaging or DMing each
All
other.
my health.
David and Annie.
All it.
David and Annie started start off having normal conversations before Annie notices that there's someone out in her backyard messing up the garden, digging in.
I didn't even get the roll
David
off.
tells Annie to call the cops, but then she notices that the man looks exactly like David, despite David clearly being there typing the whole time, trying to help her through the situation as it gets worse. Emotions get higher as the strange doppelganger then breaks into Annie's house, David trying anything he can to help her. Annie is convinced that this has something to do with David and that he has to try to find a way to stop it. David doesn't know how, but he admits that he always thinks about Annie all the time, tries his best to think the doppelganger away. Eventually the strange man is gone, and Annie says that whatever David did made the man disappear, and that she didn't know that he felt that way about her. The conversation begins to end before David suddenly stops and realizes something. He then asks Annie how he knows that this is her typing to him right now, not the man that was breaking into her home, which Annie signs off. Petscop. I mentioned this before in my YouTube Content Iceberg video, but this is basically an elaborate ARG that uses this original fake PS1 game to tell a complex story through a series of Let's Plays that is acting as if it were a real lost PS1 game. Beyond that premise though, I can't really begin to do it justice here. There are several channels that have long, in-depth videos/video series talking about every twist and turn in this developing tale, so if this premise sounds interesting to you at all, I'd highly recommend you go check some of those out right now. It's a fun rabbit hole to dive into, but I wouldn't know where to start or stop if I were to get into it here. Needless to say though, if you like the Ben Drown ARG, then this sort of reminds me of that quite a bit, but with a completely original game, which is pretty damn cool. Abandoned by Disney. This is one of the most popular creepypastas of all time. Any pasta that was written by the aforementioned Slime Beast, and the one he's most well known for. Many of you might be familiar with this famous pasta, but by the
What
same
the
token,
fuck?
you probably aren't
Point blank
familiar
range.
with the first
Oh,
part of
there's so much in this video. What the?
Kinda almost full, but we'll get to that. Why don't we
Man.
have a look at the whole story and see what's up with it, shall we? The original story, titled Abandoned by Disney, that started it all, and is the main standalone piece that most have read, reviewed, discussed, etc., follows our narrator as he
Put a
talks
SWAT
about the
team on me.
history of a Disney amusement park that was built out on an island called Mowgli's Palace. The pasta describes what the place was like, as well as the troubled history around its very inception and general creation, notably with the natives of the area. Eventually, the island park was completely abandoned, thus the title, Abandoned by Disney. Our narrator notes how any memory or official record of this place existing seems to have been completely written off or erased from the internet, or anywhere else for that matter, and this gets his curiosity going. And eventually we see our narrator make his way to the deserted park, which is a total wreck by this point. Most of the good sort stuff there is completely stolen or broken. Graffiti and general decay is everywhere.
Lando.
The story goes on for a little while like this as our narrator explores the place, up until he reaches a locked door for characters or mascots only. Luckily, the mechanism around the lock and door is so rusted over that our protagonist is able to make his way inside by simply busting.
You look inside the black box and you kind of understand how the pricing works out. Very good.
It off. At which point, he sees several mascot suits, including a photo-negative Mickey Mouse costume. Shortly after, he sees a human skull. A picture of the skull, the photo-negative mouse stands up on its own, turns to him, and asks him if he wants to see his head come off, which the mascot then does, and a stream of chunky yellow putrid blood starts bursting out of the mascot's costume body. This causes our narrator to note the fuck out of there, noting that unlike the rest of the park, which had Abandoned by Disney spray painted all over the walls and doors, that mascot room said something else. It said, Abandoned by God. That's the general story, and while it's not perfect, I actually quite like this one, especially upon revisiting it for this video. The tone throughout most of it makes the whole thing feel like someone wanted to document lost media, or in this case, a lost theme park. And while the whole story is obviously made up, there are nuggets of reality in it. Like the fact that there actually are resort parks that Disney has straight up abandoned in real life.
Yep.
Such example being Disney's Discovery Island. And the whole story really captures
Treasure
the
Island.
imagination, or at least it does for me, due to this fact. Now, most people will tell you that they like every aspect of the story up until the final bit about the Disney mascot pulling off his head. For many people, this ruins the rest of the story. It's a sudden shift to the paranormal and feels totally jarring from the rest of the work. And while I agree it is very jarring and not the scariest thing in the world, at least to me, upon rereading it, and especially reading the other parts after it, I actually don't mind it at all. And I don't think it takes away from the rest of the story like many people have said before. Notably because the story ends shortly after this incident, and to me it leaves me asking questions, just enough mystery as to what the fuck just happened, that I think it complements the work in the end. Again, maybe it would have been more haunting or scary to just see a room full of dead bodies and decayed mascot suits, and maybe there can be a gun in the middle of the room, strange symbols on the walls and what have you. This would leave the exact same effect with you asking questions as to what the fuck just happened, as well as there being something scary enough for the guy to nope the fuck out of there without the sudden shift to the paranormal. The sequel to the story, which I'd say isn't as well known, but is still pretty up there as far as somewhat popular creepypastas go, is titled Room Zero. And I'd argue that this is actually an even better story than the first one. I say this because it's sort of a collection of stories. We have the same narrators before, but they are now relating others' stories with Disney. Their secrets, what places seem to be abandoned by them, as well as notably subtle but strange paranormal activity at some of their other parks. Of these stories includes a water slide that many children have gotten stuck in before for extended periods of time, and that on certain occasions you'll see like 3 or 4 kids go down the slide, but the last one to go down the water slide will come out first, while the others seem to come out in nonsensical orders to the order in which they entered without any explanation.
What?
There's also a notable detail at the start of the pasta about how our narrator thinks that he's being followed by Disney or someone working for Disney, as he's noticed strange people following him from time to time, as well as the iconic Mickey Mouse symbol, this silhouette, seemingly everywhere he looks and goes, in places where it could make sense, but also notably in places that it simply shouldn't be in. The way this is written, it's not actually clear if the author is going crazy or if there actually is someone stalking them. The story then talks about some of the hidden areas at Disney World, such as the club made for executives and other exclusive members hidden in plain sight in a nondescript building, or the hidden hotels, bars, and other such areas of the park meant for adults, or at the very least just not kid-friendly areas, which is based somewhat in reality, as Disney Park actually does have areas like that. The story then talks about the underground tunnel system for mascots and workers to use at Disney World, getting to one place or another without appearing in areas where they don't belong. Now, throughout the pasta, there are also several occasions of people wandering the parks that employees like to refer to as gas moths, because they wear strange Mickey Mouse-themed gas masks. This eventually gets some payoff when an employee finds a strange, completely empty room down in the tunnel system and begins wondering what such a large place is used for. When he asks around, no one seems to really know. None of the employees or anyone else seems to ask. Until someone suggests that the oldest of the employees of the park, named Ida, might know what he's talking about. When he approaches her and asks her what that room is used for, she proceeds to tell him in a somewhat ashamed tone. It was meant to be a bomb shelter that could accommodate the entire unit of employees. If it works, they knew it was being launched. Built during a time when tensions were at their highest with the Cold War, and some interesting design elements went into its creation. The most notable of which being that they designed specially made Mickey Mouse and Goofy-themed gas masks, as they thought the normal made gas masks would scare children.
That's real too.
In an already scary situation.
They actually made those.
Some recognizable characters might ease their mind, even if just a little bit. However, that room was completely empty. There was no equipment, no gas masks, nothing. So impressed, Ida reveals that the current room 0 is empty because anyone who goes in there is actually standing on it. Quote, something sounded the alarm one day when the park was at full capacity. The warning was clear. It was supposedly security offered everyone down, tremendous. They have ordered masks for the duration of the assault. Everything was quiet for about 30 minutes, save for the crying children and the frightened whispers. No one wanted to die, so they were thankful in a way for the strange measure of safety. Then, the first scream went out. Hey! The man shouted, I pinch you! Waves of shrieks and yelps rippled through the crowd. One man.
I like to think I'm organized, but I'm really not. So I
Oh my god.
Back. So, who's laughing? This is funny. Now, you sticking your foot. Small security guards urging, calm down and keep their cool. Up and make more. But finally, after nearly an hour of madness, the lights split up. The father giving this crying was utterly chaos. The young and the English cries of the adults could be heard in a massive, swelling wind that bloodied the ears of all within that echo chamber. A group of staff members and a select few patrons made it out of the door, ready to face the war above rather than the insanity below. What they found, of course, was a desolate, yet untouched speaker. The music continued to play, echoing through silent stereo. Upon returning to room 0, the demon stood at the top of the steel staircase that led down into the pitch black and square house of the previous room. There was only silence. Ida was certainly ascended that staircase despite the begging of those she left above. She reached through the force doors, herself awash in darkness, with only the buzzing of her ears. A single voice. The echo made it impossible. One speed voice from at the back of the bomb shelter, or the woods room in front of her face. You're lovely. Gripped by terror, she did just that. Within days, her pain, shudder, staircase. All of it was covered with air systems and generators above and ceiling.
Just cement.
Space.
Bruh.
They're still down there, Ida told Hammer. Down there where the was. Unquote. The story ends
fuck
noting that
happened to
Ida
them?
passed away soon after telling the story. Quote, accidental fall, supposedly after getting out of bed to turn on the light. Such a company devotee, paper reported, her bedroom was covered with Mickey silhouettes. Quote, this story, although it has a lot of the same themes and ideas as Abandoned by Disney, is ultimately the better working idea. With the same through line of reality mixed with fiction, and that ending, again, leaves you asking questions, but is also far more creepy to me personally. Also, reading the story back to back actually makes the first one's jarring twist make way more sense. Flows into this next one so nicely that I actually feel the best experience is just reading these back to back. They really do work as a double feature. Now, as far as I knew, that was it for the Abandoned by Disney saga. But upon revisiting the story, I actually found that a third part has been written since then. One that tries to make sense of the mystery surrounding its universe.
I don't know how to fucking watch that. Fuck that.
Reptus is entitled the third story in this trilogy. It starts off with the author noting that he has avoided Disney because they've had to get rid of them for quite some time now. But the truth is kind of more than likely limited, as he's not sure how much longer he can keep them. He talks about his past posts, how people to doubt about them. Well, a sort of ruined net by addressing the critics and people who took issue with the stories, while sharing a few more from people who have kept up with them, including the documents he was given by someone in an email titled Corrupt Us, which leads into him attempting to tie all these paranormal stories together. Corrupt Us is a file that outlines the various incidents and entities surrounding Disney, including the imported Mickey character, the mass hysteria found in Room Zero, as well as various other incidents that hold a status of either being resolved, pending, or abandoned, which most of them happen to be the latter. Our narrator comes over the various incidents, noting how this file is apparently an official leak from Disney themselves, which then leaves me asking, what does it all mean? Why does Disney call these incidents Corrupt Us? What exactly are they corrupting? Quote, corruption of what? Dreams? Ideas? Decisions? Whatever brings us Sunday school, we have time to know about golden candles, false gods, or even icons, raven angels, characters,
Complete and utter bullshit. Always.
Especially not after what I've seen. So maybe God wasn't angry because people worshipped other things. Maybe he was afraid. Maybe if enough people believe in something hard enough, there's a chance it will come to be. Since we're naturally flawed beings, that means that there's a very good chance that they can become corrupted. If you think about it, this is our myth, and there was Dr. Jones, being part of it, we live. We worship myself and their hearts. People like to say Disney is Satanism. Everybody still don't whatever believes in. One that
I know. May the force be
it's
with
always
you.
a good thing to remember the idea which shared by enough human hearts and minds has a real chance of being born into the world. The creatures, if any exist beyond the solid minds, they think they're the deformed
Our assault is a success
random
thanks to your courage and
manifestations of
sacrifice.
some dark,
The Rebel Alliance is on
unquantifiable
attack.
non-life that seeped into our state of being. They're mistakes of reality, cosmic abortions, the corrupted. Did everyone in Emerald Isle harbor such a negative impression of Mowgli's palace? How potent was the fear of nuclear war on the day Room Zero became full? If you want to find Gascots and mystery voices, does that search bring about the very thing you're looking for? How many children have been disappointed, confused, or scarred for life when they saw Mickey without his head? These are questions I'm never going to be able to answer. I don't know if anyone can, unquote. The narrator then says his goodbyes, knowing that this is most likely the last time he will ever write to everyone like this again. And that's pretty much it. Well, this story isn't really much of a creepy story, as it is world building for this universe Slime Beast has created. I nonetheless didn't expect to see Jungian ideas being thrown around and concepts that, while obviously are meant to be applied to this story's universe, is also a bit of a conspiracy theory about the real-life Disney company itself. A really crazy one, mind you, but one that's totally enthralling, and again, has just a couple bits of truth sprinkled in to pull it all together. Not gonna lie, it kinda sounds like the plot of Persona 5. At any rate, reading all three of these stories together, though, makes for a pretty interesting narrative that, while not perfect, certainly kept me interested and engaged the entire time, and seems to capture the spirit of what I love about creepypastas so much. Beyond them being these short little scary stories, it's a short scary story that almost has you jumping to Google to find out if it's based on something real. But I think that's more than enough with Abandoned by Disney. There was one more story connected with the pasta that's written completely through suggestion box notes at a Disney theme park that's pretty good, but I feel like it's less of a continuation of this story and more of a quick one-shot within its universe. Bonus entry: A Mother's Call. A young girl is playing in her bedroom when she suddenly hears her mother calling to her from the kitchen. So, she runs downstairs to meet with her. As she's running through the hallway, the door to the cupboard under the stairs opens, and a hand reaches out and pulls her in.
Ready yourselves.
It's her
And may the force be with
She
you.
whispers to her child, "Don't go into the kitchen." I heard it too.
We'll first secure this area by capturing a position.
My.
Then we'll continue the attack.
So this is
Ooh, I remember this one.
multi-part
That's another good one.
bosses. This whole second tier is full of those if you haven't noticed. But I do feel like I can sort of summarize this one a bit quicker. The original story is about our protagonist David entering a no-end house. A haunted house challenge of sorts that pays its visitors $500 if they can make it all the way through. He gets warned by a friend of his, Peter, that he shouldn't go in there, that no one has made it to the end. David, of course, goes anyway, and is at first met with fairly stereotypical haunted house fare with Halloween decorations, jack-o'-lanterns, candy, all that sort of stuff. This, however, is a front, as the 9 rooms that follow spiral David into a non-stop abyss of terror, nightmares, danger, and general physical and psychological torture. One of these includes a room that is full of invisible bugs that constantly bite and gnaw at David's skin. Another sees him in a room with a little girl whose form is shared with that of a strange goat-like demon. He sees both at the same time, the girl and the demon. The walls, all the doors, seem to be disappearing on him. The entire story is intriguing as it leaves you wondering what will happen next. What horrors or mind games await within the next room? And I will admit that by the ending, I thought that pretty much everything you could do with the story had pretty much been done. And I say that mainly due to the fact that outside of just having more creative room scenarios, which would be very cool, on the surprise, the twist of the story is kind of been finished. However, the sequel to No End House finds David's girlfriend Maggie entering the No End House to save him. And while it's slightly different up until the end, this one feels like it's almost a reprint of the first story. There doesn't have that many differences or creative new rooms for Maggie to go through, which made reading the sequel pretty disappointing in equally important parts. The third story introduces some extra lore and a new character and reveals who really owns the house. However, as far as I know, it ends on a cliffhanger, and I don't think there's actually an official part 4, although there is a fan-made part 4, which I wasn't a fan of, so I wanted to go into it. However, the story was also adapted by the Channel Zero series for its 2nd season, though the show was cancelled shortly after that. I said before that when I was talking about the Candle Cove entry, that the show got fairly high ratings, but I've never personally seen it, and I still haven't. But I actually failed to take into account the fan reactions, which apparently were a little bit more mixed on the show in general. It was originally going to adapt way more creepypastas, sort of doing a new one each season. But it's thinking back about the show adapting creepypastas into a series seems like it really should have been an anthology series. And by that I don't mean a new story each season, since most of these stories are way too short to adapt into a full-on 6 or so episode series, but instead have every episode be a new creepypasta that's being adapted, with maybe an occasional 2 or 3 parter if it's something that's really in depth, but I can't even think of that many creepypastas that would justify that. Obviously the show's cancelled, so I mean, what's the matter anyway, but still, I feel like it could have been something.
Yeah, it could work.
But anyway, No End House is a simple concept, but definitely a fun one. I will admit that I'm not so sure I was hyped about it now as I might have been back then. I may even say that this story is a little bit overrated in my opinion. I mean, the first story was perfectly fine by itself, and one of my absolute favorites. However, each new sequel, the more the story seemed to run around ideas, this sort of felt like an extended rehash of the original, which, I won't lie, might have soured me the original a little bit as well. If you decide to read it, I'd recommend just the first part personally. Play with me. So this one's rather infamous. And I'll be honest, I'm not sure how much of it I can really carry here. The meat of the story is about a little girl named Sally, who has curly hair and green eyes. It's summertime, and her uncle comes over to visit, and almost the rest of the story is the uncle, doing bad things with Sally. Really, really bad things, if you catch my drift. The story is unhelpful and genuinely gross. The bad things are thankfully never described in detail, but all the same, this one just isn't.
I got no health. I got no health on kill.
Pretty weird.
Oh, fuck all out.
Stupid. See, eventually Sally died due to her uncle's bad things, and we have a time skip to a new family.
Why is this guy here but AFK and still not getting kicked from the game?
To the house, sees the ghost of Sally, who asks if she wants to play with her, which, might I add, is the exact same thing the uncle would say before doing the bad things, which is really fucked up, and I don't really see what the message is here. I'll be honest, this one is kind of trash. It feels like the whole thing is meant to be shocking, with no real story or substance to it. I should note that topics of this nature, I believe, can be done well. When it comes to horror and storytelling in general, I believe nothing should be off limits. But with that being said, this story sort of feels like it was written by an edgy teenager who's using abuse of that kind for cheap shock value, especially of the ending. It all just leaves a bad taste in my mouth, and yeah, it's just kind of dog shit. Block, your time is up. Written by Softboy.
Oh, not this.
Well, also rather infamous. So, do you remember before when I said there was a strange sort of fantasy fulfillment from creepy bosses like Jeff the Killer, or even Charlie the Killer, maybe even Shane the Killer? Or at least that's what it reads like, this fantasy fulfillment? Well, Clockwork Your Time Is Up is like the ultimate version of that. It's also straight up that I've ever read, and that was meant to be taken seriously anyway. From grammatical errors everywhere you look, terrible Mary Sue-like protagonist, being a Jeff the Killer ripoff, and also it being extremely distasteful and cartoonishly mean-spirited in a similar fashion to our last story. It's almost universally hated, and it seems to be a bit of a breaking point for many with these dumb stories about teenagers who go through some tough times and suddenly get super powerful through the power of going crazy and killing their whole family and becoming an unstoppable serial killer because they went crazy. And we all know if you go crazy, then you are suddenly immune to all known human hazards, including bullets. But enough build-up. What do the details of this story actually entail? Well, the story starts with our protagonist, Natalie Howlett's father, yelling about how much he hates children and that there is no use for them, and then he beats his own daughter, Natalie. Cut away from that, and then later, Natalie's brother invites her to his room and does bad things to her that I can't say on YouTube. Then,
these are these stories
about said bad things. Keep in mind that she is 9 years old by this point. And those friends then put that info out all over Facebook, I guess, and other social media sites, and people start calling Natalie the 9-year-old a whore.
What?
Parents never hear about this.
The
Or if they did, they literally do nothing about their son, the situation, and just nothing. Nothing. Then, after those 2 moments of terrible, terrible trauma, we jump ahead to when Natalie is 16. Natalie is, of course, traumatized by those events. Oh, and her mother randomly doesn't seem to like her and acts pissy with her, so, you know, great family. Oh, and later when she gets to school, her teacher is mean to her. She forgot to bring her homework, so the teacher hassles her, you know, typical teenager drama and stuff, you know, it really sucks. But also,
let's take a look at this robotic pool.
Robotic pool
simple operation.
What the fuck?
Sometimes I amaze even myself.
For fuck's sake.
Whiplash hassles her, you know, typical teenager drama and stuff, you know, it really sucks. But also, what the fuck? I'm gonna talk about Whiplash here. The story has literally started with two utterly awful events, things that would be the breaking point in any other story. And then, Natalie's mom and teacher are rude to her? Okay.
Yikes.
It just feels like the story is trying to build things to make this character of Natalie into as sympathetic a character as they can possibly muster in as short a time span as humanly possible, and it's quite jarring. Especially since the events beforehand are so cartoonishly evil and awful, while also showcasing a real-life event that can actually happen to people, and it's used for cheap shock value right from the start of the story. It's either they wanted the character to come off as sympathetic as possible, or they wanted to be as extreme as possible, maybe both at the same time. Not to mention, why are a bunch of 9-year-olds on Facebook? Why would people react that way to a 9-year-old having bad things happen to her in that manner? Why the fuck did no one call the police? You combine all these things, and right off the get-go, this just isn't set in the realm of reality. This is sort of Rob Zombie movie universe logic. You know, the kind of universe where everyone's just terrible and awful and irredeemable. I'd say almost everyone in the story, other than Natalie, so far would fit into that. But just wait. Anyway, back to the rest of the story. Natalie likes drawing pictures where people are dying or being stabbed or just plain out drawing gore, which the teachers think is awful and her classmates think is gross. And no one understands poor Natalie. Well, no one except for her boyfriend. But, her boyfriend decides he's had enough of Natalie's sad life bullshit and can't take her drawing stuff anymore, I guess, and breaks up with her on the fucking spot. Again, this is what I was talking about. We were introduced to this boyfriend specifically so we could have the scene where he breaks up with her literally a paragraph after that. Natalie has a father? Well, he must like to beat her. Natalie has a mother? Well, she must hate her. Natalie has a brother? Well, he must do unspeakable things to her. Natalie goes to school? Well, everyone must hate her. Natalie has a boyfriend? Well, he must want to break up with her on the spot. Well, in response to her boyfriend leaving her, Natalie decides to stitch a big smile into her face. You know, sort of like a certain other creepypasta guy I know. Well, unfortunately, her mom sees this and decides to send her ass to therapy. Then, while in therapy, the therapist, Deborah, asks Natalie about what's been going on with her life recently, to which Natalie responds, time. When bribed, Natalie then says the following, quote, it makes you live through it, slowly progressing through life, being controlled by society, only to be tortured to seemingly no end, until you find you no longer have a purpose. It's a vicious cycle. Time does not end. It does not slow down. It does not speed up. It is violent. It makes you live through the torture over and over again, unable to fast forward through the abyss. Natalie really had no idea what she had just said. She felt like she wasn't herself. Would this be because all these things she had kept contained? No. It's impossible. For some strange reason, my favorite part of this villain speech is when right after the author notes how Natalie has no fucking idea what she just said. It's just too perfect. Then, after Deborah asks Natalie what's really going on, Natalie says, Natalie isn't here anymore. This was apparently enough for the therapist to call her parents and have them sign over her rights and have her institutionalized and drugged the fuck up to fix her life. I like how even the therapist, who seemed to be nice enough at first, doesn't actually give a shit and throws this girl in the pool to be using her drugs almost immediately on the sign of her being fucked up. This, of course, was the expected response as they was. Up for poor old Natalie. Well, anyway, she wakes up later and is strapped down to a bed, and the doctor is like, yo, bitch, we gonna give you mental drugs. And yes, they do actually call them that, just mental drugs. Well, then
mental
they
drugs.
put her to sleep with sleeping gas, and then she wakes up in the middle of their surgery, which I'm really confused what precisely they are doing here. I thought they were drugging her up, not putting her under the knife. What the fuck is going on? I can't tell if there is meant to be something shadier going on here, or if the author legit just doesn't know you don't need to put something under to give them drugs, and that surgery isn't involved with giving them mental drugs. Well, anyway, this acts as sort of an awakening. Something that has been vaguely hinted at in the story up to this point, similar to that oh-so-famous feeling, Jetpack. Natalie has had this voice trying to wake her up in her head about time or some shit. Well, anyway, Natalie wakes up again after the surgery or whatever, and then goes apeshit and kills the doctor and some nurses and some cops that are there. And basically, everyone is in her way because no one can stand invincible strength. She stabs into their bellies and their organs all slosh out. There's even a moment when a cop has a gun pointed at her, but can't shoot because he's just that scared of her. What are you, retarded? Well, anyway, I'm sure you all have it figured out where this story is going next. That's right, Natalie makes a trip back to her home and slowly builds memorable vicious ways, saying her catchphrase 4 times stupidly after each kill. And then she has successfully killed all the family members, which, by the way, they're terrible people, so I guess there really is no stake at this point. She then cuts out one of her eyes and inserts a stopwatch clock in the empty cell and writes herself Clockwork, and goes on to be a violent serial killer. The end. Why? Story of Clockwork, your time is up. Another one of those stories that seriously make me wonder if Rob Zombie's Halloween had more pull on the horror genre than I ever gave it credit for. If you're not familiar, Rob Zombie's Halloween tells the backstory of Michael Myers, a serial killer, the boogeyman, that originally had no motivation for his crimes back in the original film. When Rob Zombie decided to make a remake of it, besides being just a worse version and loose retelling of the classic original film, it mostly focuses on how it was Michael Myers' upbringing that turned him into the monster that he is today. And at some point, the kid goes nuts and kills almost his whole family, though he did at least love his mom and baby sister, so he left them be. Michael also has a cartoonishly evil dad, an awful school bully, and an okay but sort of mean older sister, I guess. So we as the audience are meant to feel bad for him. The same way that with these edgy teen stories like Clockwork, we're meant to feel bad for this serial killer. Thus, strangely, the tone almost seems intent on justifying becoming a serial killer. The universe is so full of awful, ugly, evil, or dumb people that you genuinely don't care if Natalie goes on to kill all of these people, or at least I don't. But that also means my investment in the story sort of goes out the window with it. It's just sort of some guy or gal's OC going on a power trip and then it ends. No drama, no tension, not even real horror. Just a cartoonishly tragic backstory, revenge killings, and scene. Like, these stories are trying so damn hard to have you feel bad for these characters, which I might consider feeling bad for them if they didn't, you know, go on to be... This is a day in like the sea. With a view like this, I'd be a fool to sleep. Serial killers? Also, as a random side note, did you know almost all readings of this story specifically cut out the brother-sister scene? Starting with Mr. Creepypasta because he didn't feel comfortable narrating that part of the story. Which is also kind of funny because it makes the scene where she kills her brother really confusing at first because we literally do not see him in that version of the story until she kills him. Mr. Creepypasta has since apparently taken that story down from his channel though. I'm unsure for what reason why he took it down, but given this story's reputation, I might have a few good guesses. But anyway, this one's a real stinker. But it does have one very significant cool thing that no one else has noticed. Clockwork is also the name of the badass villain from Sly Cooper, a giant fucking mecha owl. And I mean and you get much cooler than that, but then upon further examination, let's take a look at the original name of Clockwork, Natalie Howlett. Yeah, I thought you read fucking handed. No super secret Alpine that you would only get if you played Sly Cooper and read the story for some fucking stupid reason got past me. Do you think you're messing with me, bitch? And S. Godzilla. And for our final entry this tier, in stark contrast to our last entry, we have one of the most well-loved and praised creepypastas ever created, titled NES or NES Godzilla. It's a video game-based creepypasta, and one that many consider to be the absolute best of them all. And I would generally agree that with a bit of an addendum. NES Godzilla follows a protagonist who, reliving some of his childhood, gets some NES games from his friend, including a copy of Godzilla on the NES, something which he actually remembered fondly playing as a child, especially being a big Godzilla fan, which is kind of funny since most people consider that game.
Good luck in that. Oh my god.
From
Hello?
there, the game starts off fairly
You okay,
normal,
sir?
and slowly but surely our narrator
Sir?
realizes that this game isn't the same one he played all those years ago. It's different.
Oh.
It starts off with the addition of new Godzilla monsters to fight in the game that were never there before, and slowly spirals into a world of madness as our protagonist explores a bizarre, dream/nightmare landscapes full of unique creatures, monsters, scenarios, and above all else, trying to avoid this strange red creature that can kill Godzilla and the other monsters instantly. There are also these strange levels where the aptly named Face asks our narrator...
Did I just brush off him with my shoulder?
Game, life,
What was that?
philosophy, and eventually, much of my personal questions about himself. Now, what really makes this pasta so great is how thoroughly interesting it is. Not only does it play out like a Let's Play of sorts, but has screenshots for every single chapter of the story, making so as it describes some of these creatures, you can actually look at them right past the text. Now, normally, I would say that this makes the pasta more grounded in reality, as most people would probably screenshot or
Great.
capture
We
themselves
fucking
if
traded.
they were somehow playing a creepypasta game of this kind. But that's not really true. I mean, it is in a sense. But fairly quickly after the first bit of the story, this pasta delves into the realm of the paranormal, as the game seems to be connected to a protagonist's past of some kind, and communicates directly to him on several occasions, the monstrous red even facing our narrator's direction when he insults the monster. Normally, I would say that this takes away from the overall story, but I don't mind it here, as honestly, grounding it in reality is only necessary if you're trying to make the story more disturbing or creepy. And despite it being a creepypasta, I don't really find any aspect of the story scary, at least personally. I do find it extremely fascinating and fucking awesome looking though. Seeing Godzilla walk through these bizarre hellscapes with these crazy monsters, or these interesting locations that tell a story through visuals alone, it more so makes me want to play this game rather than be getting scared by it at all. Upon my first reading of the creepypasta, I remember being sort of disappointed in the direction it goes. That is, basically the game is connected to some sort of demon or entity that caused our protagonist's girlfriend to... And now the demon is using this game as a sort of means of communication for haunting him, and to pull him into the same hellhole he pulled her girlfriend into. And in the end, the demon is defeated and all is well. Our protagonist even being able to say his final goodbyes to his girlfriend before the game's over. I guess I don't know what I was expecting, but I remember liking everything up to that point. Now, upon reading it, I think it's just a good story full of cool concepts and an overall interesting and well-written narrative. It's actually very good, but as a scary story, it's a bit lacking for me personally. But that's okay. Honestly, as a man who loves seeing cool monsters and kaiju, this story has so many cool, unique monsters and designs and art that just jump off the screen. I wouldn't be surprised if the author just loved making cool monsters and sprite art and found a clever way to show them off through the story. That was kind of the impression I got, especially with some of the deep-cut Godzilla lore that this guy integrated into the plot. Overall, though, it's one that I still highly recommend giving a read or a listen. Apparently, there has been a sequel in the works for some time as well. Well, actually, 5 chapters of it exist, and it seems like the story is even less focused on being a creepypasta, and it's more of an exploration of the game in the hands of another player, since the big twist at the end is the original story is that the protagonist sold off the cartridge on eBay. The only problem is, the sequel hasn't been updated since 2013, unfortunately, so I don't think we're going to be seeing it finished anytime soon, which is a real shame, because what he had so far with the sequel was certainly getting interesting, but
What's next for you? I'm going to be getting into my major next year. I'm an engineering major currently, so I'm going to be getting into, hopefully...
Yappy, yap, yap, yap.
There's something strange about this jungle. Something new. Ted the Caver. Let's start this tier with an all-time classic. Ted the Caver is often cited as the very first creepypasta ever written, which is something I'd like to expand upon in a moment.
Really?
Ted the Caver was originally posted back on March 23rd of 2001 on Angelfire, which if you were online back during that time frame, you'd be quite familiar with the site Angelfire, it being an internet service that offered users the ability to create their own websites. The actual story of Ted the Caver is told through a series of blog posts written by a spelunker named Ted, recounting his experiences exploring a mystery cave. The blog posts detail a chain of events that occurred in December of 2000, when Ted and his good buddy Brad, who is often referred to simply as B, went exploring through a cave not too far away from their homes. The two eventually find a small hole that seems like it leads into a larger and unexplored part of the cave, which inspires the duo to start drilling and digging away at the hole to explore it. To explore where no man has ever explored before, or at least so they hope. The two are avid cavers, and so the very thought of exploring a virgin part of the cave was just about as exciting a thing as the two could have possibly think of. At some point, the two hear a strange movement, crashing of rocks on the other side of the hole, as well as the sound of flowing water or wind that seems to suddenly go dead silent when the two of them have been in the cave for an extended period of time. At one point, they take their Jack Russell dog, who loves exploring caves with them, to find that he is absolutely terrified of that hole that they are digging into, something which, on one hand, freaks the two of them out, but also only feeds into their hunger for what exactly is on the other side of this hole even more. And what they ultimately find on the other side of that hole changes their lives forever after. But perhaps that's secret for you to find out yourself. But needless to say, the two of them are not exactly alone. Ted the Caver takes careful detail to note the general structure of the cave system, as well as the long process it takes to go exploring caves, and as well as work from inside them. In fact, this tale, much like exploring deep inside a tight-fitted cave, slowly and carefully pushes you ever further into the disturbing reality of what they come to find on the other side of that cave hole. In particular, I can say as someone who has a terrible case of claustrophobia, that this creepypasta hits me pretty hard. In particular, the description of our titular Ted climbing into the extremely tight hole once they had opened it up just enough for him to get through to the other side, a hole that they named Floyd's Tomb, by the way, is one of the most uncomfortable reads I've come across from creepypasta. But regardless of this creepypasta is an all-time classic for a reason, because it's excellently written. It has the perfect atmosphere, build-up, and payoff. In short, I cannot recommend you read it or listen to it enough. Now, What's interesting about this creepypasta in particular is that at the time when it came out, a lot of people thought that it was actually real, that Ted and Dee had actually come across something in that cave, and that the story was a true story being recounted for all to read online. Now I know some of you, having grown up alongside the internet and using it since day one pretty much, might scoff at the idea of people actually believing something like that. But remember that this was really a story ahead of its time, and to top it all off, it actually does have some basis in reality. You see, the story was first discussed on the National Speleological Society message board, which was a forum of the time dedicated to advancing the study, conversation,
They stole my
and
fucking
knowledge of
horn.
caves to those online. Back in November
Get later than I
2004,
guess.
in the thread, a poster named Ralph Powers noted that he knew Dee in real life and had been in the cave described within the story. Later, in January of 2006, a poster named Caverdale noted that the actual cave in the story, which is never named within it, is actually named Interstate Cave and is located in Utah. It's named as such because the caves went under an interstate. Later, all through 2006 to 2011, Ted's Angel Fire story was shared across the internet in message boards such as Snopes, to Straight Dope, Major Geeks, Bodybuilding, Face Punch, and Unexplained Mysteries, to name a few. However, back in 2005, Ted himself would clear everything up for everyone, debating if the story was real or not, stating that Ted the Caver's Page was his original work. He simply elaborated upon a real-life experience with supernatural elements. Ted actually... So the story was sort of his way of writing about something that he was genuinely passionate about. Something that did actually scare him, but also one that ultimately added to for a better overall story, blending reality with fiction. There would later be an independent film by David Hunt made about the story titled Living Dark, the story of Ted the Caver, which I've never personally seen, but it is definitely on my to-watch soon list. Now, before we move on to the next entry of this tier, I'd like to expand upon something mentioned earlier, that Ted the Caver being the first ever creepypasta. This is true to a certain point. It was the first of its kind to be spread around, at least that we know of. But it's also not exactly true either, especially depending on what your terminology of creepypasta actually is. Before creepypastas were creepypastas, that being a copy and paste job of a story that you then share online, I argue that urban legends were really the origin point for scary stories of this kind. An urban legend is a sort of folk tale that is circulated around under the premise that it's a true story. Back before the age of the internet, these types of stories, like the famous dog-licking story of the hook/killer on Lover's Lane, of the Bloody Mary ritual, etc., were told orally. These types of stories were also known as campfire stories. The stories that you heard from someone else and then go and share with your own friend group, and then some of them go and share it with a different group, and so on and so forth. So you can see the only difference between urban legend and creepypasta is really the method by which the story is relayed. In creepypasta's case, instead of being told orally, it is told through sharing the story on message boards, which then gets shared by others on said message boards to other message boards, etc. It is also technically told orally a little bit because of YouTube videos. Most early creepypastas were told under the premise of them being true. The only real problem with that is also its greatest strength, however. Creepypastas, and by extension all urban legends, can spread far faster through the internet. Thus, the story can get really far. But then, it is a fake story after all. So due to how much exposure it's bound to get, it also means that people can debunk it just as easily and far quicker, using the same tool that you used to spread it from the start. Now, not all creepypastas are meant to fool you into thinking that they are real now. In fact, we sort of live in the meta era of everything currently. So I wager most of you watching this video or reading scary stories of nearly any kind online are going in knowing that it's fake. It's why in this extremely meta, post, whatever,
This
modern
fucking
time we
Bulbabat.
live in,
Fuck that.
storytelling methods such as unfiction and ARGs are so popular because they allow one's
Fucking
mind
guy.
to suspend their disbelief for a moment and see what is meant to be taken as real under the premise that it is real in an alternate reality when you are currently engaged. I think the way a story
I do like
that's
this
meant
song,
to fool you into thinking that it's real is also the best way of telling these types of stories. And again, since we live in the age of information, when people want to read the information anyway, as a would-be urban legend writer or internet legend writer, I suppose is more fitting at this point, you'll need to
Luke Skywalker has joined the battle.
maybe insert some more reality into it and immerse the reader or listener into your
Bothering with this one. Let's just go for speed up.
That's what makes a perfect creepypasta slash urban legend slash ARG or what the fuck ever you want to call it in my eyes. And what makes them, as a medium, storytelling, so very interesting. But that's enough of that lesson slash tangent for today. Let's move on to the next entry now, which is White with Red.
Looks like we got a friend.
So what's going on, my dedicated bros and pets? It's Sumi, and maybe some of you have already seen my content. I'm a huge creepypasta fan myself, and I've gotta say, I'm very honored to be part of this creepypasta iceberg video by Dylan the Nightfall. Yo, if you haven't already, Ezra gave him this key and told him that on the way to his room, there was a door with no number that was locked, and no one was allowed in there. Especially no one should be inside the room under any circumstances. So he followed the instructions of the woman at the front desk, straight to his room, and went to bed. Next night, his curiosity would not leave him alone about the room with no number on the door. He walked down the hall to the door and tried to handle it. And sure enough, it was locked. He bent down and looked through the white keyhole. Cold air passed through and chilled his eye. What he saw was a woman's bedroom, like his, and the corner was a woman whose skin was completely white. She was leaning her head against the wall, facing away from the door. He stared in confusion for a while. He almost knocked on the door out of curiosity, but decided not to.
I'm not regaining my fucking health.
Saved his life. He ran away from the door and walked back to his room. The next day, he returned to the door and looked through the white keyhole. This time, all he saw was redness. He couldn't make anything out besides the distinct red color.
Great.
Perhaps the inhabitants of the room knew.
Oh, 5k battle points from this stuff. I'll bet not to play on. Fuck yeah.
At this point, he decided to consult the woman at the front desk for more information. She sighed and said,
Fuck you, patch ball.
and told her that he had,
On his
and she
mind.
said, well, I might as well tell you the story. A long time ago, a man delivered his wife to a ghost council. These people were not ordinary. They were white all over. Except for their eyes. These were red.
So they were albino. Suck that.
Obey the Walrus. I covered this creepypasta before on my YouTube Iceberg series, but to be extremely brief, it's this video that's on screen right now, and it's rumored to be a tape made by a cult called in order to indoctrinate people. It's not. It's just a highly edited clip of Sadie Crisp, who unfortunately passed away recently. May she rest in peace. But yeah, there's not a whole lot. It's an old internet creepy video that had rumors connected to it that weren't true. That's Mario. So this is the most interesting creepypastas of this kind. Mario is a Super Mario ROM hack by SMW Central user Adam. SMW Central is a hacking resource
Oh, shit.
Created and posted on
Watch your
there.
back, you know.
A hack is when you alter a ROM or a game file and add new stuff to it. This can be minor or silly little changes to basically creating an entirely new game based on the foundation of said game. The story goes that Mario was a patch made by SMW Central user, well, Mario, whose avatar is an SMW Mario without a face. He was once a frequent user of the website, but usually when he did post, it was something rather mysterious or off-putting to many on the board. At any rate, Adam, a frequent user of the site, posted a thread on the board on December 28th of 2010, which opens as follows. Quote, note this is a true story, and sums up what was going through my mind as I was playing this. And I have no idea I was about to be bullshitted the way I was when I played this. And I can say it is by far the creepiest hack that I've played. If you were on IRC, you would have heard me talking about it as well. But anyways, it's late at night, and I don't have a lot of time, and I need to get to sleep. So this is all I have time for, unquote. What follows is a detailed account posted across a few posts of what this innocently named Mario ROM posted on the board of the stream user actually contained. Firstly, the ROM hack came with a TXT file, like most would, usually with some instructions and info about the hack. But this one was simply a jungle of text. But something catches Adam off guard. The phrase, find to me, seems to be hidden and strewn all throughout the otherwise unintelligible TXT file. From the very beginning, the title screen in this ROM hack is changed from the usual Super Mario World to just simply Mario, which the author notes was rather strange. Ominous given the context of the situation. The messages that usually act as tutorial/story are now replaced with these messages that seem to relay a tale of how Mario caused death and destruction upon the land of Dinosaur Island. That now he's at it again. Something which confuses our narrator/playtester. Other text boxes display such threatening messages as, I hate you, or this is the selfish way out. The lack of music, strangely designed levels, and an overall sense of oblivion adds to the chilling nature of this hack. Later, when Mario defeats the first boss, Iggy, this message is displayed. Quote, Victim 1, eyeballs were unable to be found. The victim was found lying. Causes of death unknown. Chin mark with unidentified fingerprints were found all over the corpse. This all eventually culminates to a final level where Mario runs through a long hallway, a series of doors too small for him to fit through, before he eventually no-clips out of the wall. Once in this area, there is nowhere to go but down a large pit before the screen cuts to black. And that's it. The hack's over. Adam is left feeling the narrative of the hack was Mario that brought suffering to the land, and that this hack represents Mario's journey to amend his sins by sepulchering himself down the cliff. Once this forward story was told, many users began to play the ROM hack for themselves, something which you can actually do right now if you wanted to. Eventually, after some discussion on the boards about the hack, with many freaking out, some calling bullshit, and others getting rather interested. Otherwise, with something of this kind never having been posted in this place before, the founder and administrator of the site, Kieran Maynard, would take interest in the particular part of the story. Remember that TXT file? Well, Kieran immediately recognized the TXT file to be none other than a JPEG file, due to its header. Kieran then proceeded to mess around with the file until they managed to uncover an image from it, albeit corrupted. And this was the image that they found. This image sparked a new sense of fear and intrigue in the story, and within a week, the story unfolding will be posted officially to the
Force the Imperials
creepypasta
to retreat.
thus spreading the word of this tale and this image all the more. What's fascinating about the tale, however, is that Adam, to this day, claims that his experience was genuine, and that he had no hand in creating this ROM hack. He simply told his story, being the first one to play tested for curation on the board. Adam eventually got into contact with the mysterious person who did make the ROM hack to begin with, who after uploading this hack was never seen again on the boards. According to Adam, they seemed like a normal fellow, despite him claiming, through playing the hack, that it seemed like it was made by a sick individual in the original story. As for the origin of this image, well, as far as I could tell, there are several stories about where its origin comes from, including it possibly being used as a promotional piece for a band to promote their music on 4chan, although this is unverified, all the way to it being used in some Japanese forums before then. It is without a doubt the thing that makes this creepypasta stick out in my mind. I mean, the other aspects are interesting, don't get me wrong, but this image just elevates it to a different level. All the same, though, this series of events and the hack itself is without a doubt one of the more interesting internet spooky stories that you can come across, and was really one of the first of its kind as well. I will say that some of the commentary by Adam is a little bit hammy here and there in the actual description of the ROM hack, but besides that, this is one of the first and best video game flavored creepypastas alone, just for the sheer unfolding of these events to a perfect, eerie finale. Bonus entry. Normal for normal people. I have this pasta because I remember at the time that it was quite popular. It is also one of my personal favorites as well. The story starts with our narrator getting a weird chain mail email that stated simply, "Hi there, found this site is very nice, thought you might like, normalfornormalpeople.com. Pass it on for the good of mankind." Because our narrator had nothing better to do, he decides to make sure his antivirus is up and working, and then click the link, only to find a strange and unprofessional looking website with a long and incoherent rant from the center on the page. The site also had an intriguing tagline, "Normal for normal people," a website dedicated to the eradication of abnormal sexuality, which only fascinates our narrator more. Eventually, he comes to find that every single word of the long rant on that page is a separate link that leads to pages with even more chains of links, and of which some lead to Google files. Our protag ends up finding a video titled Peanut.api, which he describes as follows. Quote, "It was a 30-minute video of a man and a dog. The woman would make a peanut butter sandwich. A man would sit down for the dog to eat. And this was all that happens for 30 minutes. It was obvious that the cameraman had stopped filming and waited until the dog was ready to eat again. And the dog seemed rather sick by the end of it. I know. You're thinking, what the hell does this have to do with? I have no clue. I've seen a little over 2 dozen videos from the site. The majority have no sexuality at all. If you haven't seen this video, our program will share his findings of this video on the strange website on an image board he frequents. However, he finds that there is already a thread on the site about this strange place by a user that received the exact same chain mail as him. The users begin going through as much of the site as they possibly can, searching through miles and miles of links, other links, and from this search came several interesting videos, which I will now read off in full with our narrator's descriptions. Quote, lit.avi. Two videos filmed by a camera in which we see a repairman working on a washing machine for the first few minutes. When it's fixed, the repairman talks to the owner briefly and then leaves. The owner checks to make sure the repairman is gone, He then begins to lick all over the top of the washing machine. This goes on for 7 minutes. Jimbo.avi. 5-minute video of an obese mime performing his act. It was actually pretty funny, particularly one part where he pretends to pull up a chair and then pretends that it breaks because of his weight. In the last 30 seconds of the video, the camera cuts static. It cuts back to a man sobbing quietly, still wearing the mime outfit and naked. Is this some kind of obscure fetish? 4-minute video in which the cameraman talks to a woman. This room looks like the one normal person's house. Exactly where they are, never special. As Diana only talks about her violin playing, she obviously plays her violin. But she keeps getting distracted. Softly in the image board, thread, if you look here at the bottom, you'll see a fat man in a chicken mask playing himself.
Watch that's all.
This time he's outside.
Those huge people, bro. He's showing sex for him.
The strange thing is, no one's so far has been able to identify where this region is. Guesses have reigned everywhere from Europe to Australia to the Philippines. There's yet to be a patch on the street shooting. A typical video. The first 5 minutes consists of an elderly woman making out with a mannequin. The video cuts out like it did on the Jimbo.avi halfway through, and the scene is now a group of mannequins huddled together in a circle around the camera. The lights have been dimmed. The elderly woman is the scene. This went on there is Stumps.avi. 5-minute long video where a man with no legs break things on a DVR map what looks like a picture from Peanut.avi. A very much dirty. The radio playing music unseen in the background, but it stops at the 4-minute mark. The man collapses on the mat, exhaustion, breathes heavily. Stumped off screen, let him rest. This off-screen person becomes terrifying. And yells at the man who dancing. This off-screen person begins to scream privacy.avi. The woman from Diana.avi is now playing themselves on the
brother.
While the man from Stumps.avi walks around on his hands while wearing some kind of goblin mask. The door in this room was always closed, but it's now open. This video is live in the room. The hallway is dark. Near the end of the video, you can see an animal. They run through the hallway. And then finally, the last video we recovered, Useless.avi. In this 8-minute video, a blonde woman from one of the previous interview videos is tied down to a mattress. She attempts to scream, but her mouth is taped over. For 7 minutes, a man in a black sleeping mask opens the door, but he does not enter. Holds the door open for the mannequin that was running all the previous video. It's
what the? Where? Pervy Vader waiting in the bushes, bro.
When the chimp enters the room, the masked man closes the door behind it. The chimpanzee sniffs the air for a moment. It may have been blind, and then notices the woman tied to the mattress. It goes into a frenzy and begins to maul her. The assault goes on for a grueling 7 minutes until the woman finally dies. The chimp eats flesh from her corpse. For 4 minutes as the video ends. I'm Daniel Boland.
What was even the point in that? Like, Junior, what was the point in that?
As a bartender? Our program then goes on to end how the thread was closed shortly after the discovery of this video, and since then, he has seen these videos, notably Useless.avi, coming up on other websites since then, but they usually never stay up for long. He tried to find out more about the sign of the man behind him, but comes up short. thus leaving us readers with a rabbit hole of mystery that's depths are seemingly immeasurable. A small criminal beat, a rather short but effective creepypasta that almost sounds like an ARG or snuffering type thing depending on how you look at the story. It feels grounded but just creepy enough to get stuck out of my brain all these years later. And ultimately leaves the reader wondering, if they had kept searching for the site, what else might they have found?
The Rebel Alliance is honored to have you.
Sonic.exe 2.
Like why did they make a sequel of this?
Dedicated video on the subject of Sonic.exe, where I cover Sonic.exe and exe2 in detail, as well as the general drama centered around its creator, JC the Hyena, who has been also in quite a bout of controversy lately, by the way. I won't personally be going into that today, but there are plenty of videos out here on YouTube discussing it, so I look to those. That being said, Sonic.exe 2 follows a detective and his sister, who is also kind of a detective, I guess, as they try to find out the root cause behind a series of murders / mysterious deaths involving people's computers blowing up and them being mangled and what have you, as well as a single CD of Sonic.exe sitting alongside it. Eventually, they find out that the evil Sonic.exe is actually an eldritch god of sorts called X that is worshipped by a cult called the Cult of X that eventually kill both our detective protagonists, and yeah, that's pretty much it. It's a much longer read than the first one, or at least it feels that way anyway. I think part of that is because it feels as though it's taking itself far more seriously, but upping the ante in the crazy shit by 11. I suppose it still has that cringe charm that the first one has. It has grown on me over the years for that very reason. But I have no doubt in my mind that this is actually worse than the first story, especially in the jumps of logic that are here throughout it. It's a bad creepypasta, but an entertaining bad one at the very least. And again, if you want more details about what exactly it entails in its history, then go check out my video on it, Kill Switch. So here's one that I actually had never heard of up until I went about making this video. According to the Carvina Files wiki, a wiki dedicated to this game, quote, Kill Switch is an urban legend revolving around a supposed 1989 game in which the player had the choice of playing either as Gas or Porco. It was nearly impossible to play as Gas, as he was invisible, which meant that pretty much everyone chose Porco. A single enemy has been spotted, and a worker from Porco knew that she would die. Though it is assumed that Gas could attack, but Porco did not. It is assumed that Porco's gameplay is in the way of pointing puzzle game. While for Gas, there would be more combat. The game supposedly deleted itself after you finished it and could not be copied. Only 50,000 or so copies of the game were ever created, and it still fell into obscurity. Any supposed findings are false, and all copies were off to the web, save for several password protected copies. An actual story can be told about the hacks like gameplay, story details, and of course, some gameplay footage, supposedly captured by one of the sons of a game developer at the elusive Carvina Corporation. All of this is fake, of course, a sort of ARG. It's a fairly short read and dive, but it's creative all the same. It's not one of the more interesting ones I tried going wiki and story, and it's alright. I did kind of feel like there was something I was missing, but I suppose it's just really a urban legend about a game that doesn't really exist. And that's pretty much it. Rugrats theory. We get to our first theory pasta. A theory pasta / theory creepypasta is basically a genre in itself, where a dark, crazy, or at times even logical, but theory about a series of film, video games, etc. I'm actually a particular fan of these ones, even if most of them are cliche as hell, that usually only being one quality experience of the stories happening inside a character's head that make while they're focused for most points. They're all actually dead and or in the afterlife/purgatory, or these characters all represent something evil or whatever. So the representation thing can be expanded upon to a much greater result, so I usually like to look a little bit. That being said, I still find this to be one of the more interesting offshoots of Creepypastas all the same. But at any rate, that's theory is about as dark as they come, and it goes as follows.
It just didn't even blow up. What the fuck?
That's why Chance, who nervous wreck all. Tommy is still there. That's why Stu is constantly in the basement making toys for the son who never had a chance to live. Angelica would figure out whether it would be a boy or a girl. As for the show all over, Angelica was a bipolar schizophrenic who as a teenager became addicted to various narcotics, bringing her back to
Yikes.
this created a woman in her mind.
Yikes,
She
yikes,
obsessed
yikes.
because of the time lapse until the present. That's why she interacted with her imaginary world she made her own. Angelica was constantly taking hits on
Dead. Yeah,
she would
dead.
never live without her creations. To her, her creations were her only company in a judgmental world. Angelica's mom actually died of a heroin overdose. Angelica was schizophrenic and bipolar because she was a crack baby. Additionally, Drew, in his depression,
What's a crack
married a
baby?
gold-digging whore that Angelica idolized because she fooled herself into thinking it was her real mom. However, she always had a concept of her mom. Simply, she used a Barbie doll near her birth mother's image, wearing an unwashed dress, which is why she was so amused. Later in life, she followed in her mother's footsteps, dying of an overdose at age 13,
Yes.
when all grown up was.
When the Master of Curly Hair Tutorials becomes a student again,
Bruh.
you guys.
Not fictional, however.
What are we swinging at, bro? You just swung to the black dude. Flip that.
However, Angelica did no different between him and her creation. Follow her commands, and after endless crying and refusing to disappear like the others did, Angelica was angry at them. She hit him. After she screamed, and Stu ran in and pulled his knees off of his own child before Stu went ill with a brain hemorrhage, which resulted in a deformation. As he grew up, his damage only became more evident. By the time he was 9 and all grown up, he lived as an outcast, being ridiculed for his weirdness. The intense guilt over this what caused Angelica to start using drugs, and to uncreate the Rugrats briefly, until her experience with hallucinogens. Chaz lost his mind after the death of his first wife, losing a denial of Angelica's responsibility. On a trip to Paris to find love, Chaz fell in love with her, became clear he was originally going to marry her, but
God
he
damn
just
that.
wanted to hurt her. Kira once had a daughter named Kimmy, but the baby was stolen from her by law due to her cocaine addiction. Angelica imagined Kimmy from Kira's stories. Upon return to America, Chaz and Kira married and got her a green card. It was surprisingly happy and romantic story. Kira continually struggled with addiction, but was relatively happy with her new life with Chaz. Susie was Angelica's only friend who entertained the thought of Angelica's creation because the scene maker. She later became a psychologist and teamed up with Nickelodeon to make her own. When Angelica died of an overdose, Susie helped arrange her. Because of her addictions and her mental state, Angelica was expelled from society, which led to a break with reality and her eventual death. She spent the last days of her life in the American school cafeteria, imagining friends around her, finding the lives of creation. So yeah, pretty messed up, right? Also, pretty dumb, but to be honest, pretty bucks. I mean, I will admit, from a purely creative standpoint, and from a dark comedy standpoint, how this story managed to make every single aspect of that show sound impossibly convincing is impressive, I suppose.
Yep.
But it is, of course, not very convincing, since it reads more like a, actually, the Rugrats was a pretty book of Joe guys, and yeah, they're dead, actually, and, that's what they married Hooker, and also she was on drugs, and, yeah, bad stuff happened. Also, Paradox, the Rugrats was so stupid. I literally cringe every time I read that part. Like, okay, let's imagine for a second that was actually a real thing. So, you're telling me you made a show, a cartoon show for kids, based around the crazy fantasies of a drugged up 13-year-old. What the fuck is wrong with you? That sounds like the craziest shit I've ever heard. But of course, it's not real. It jumps outside the realm of reality. It's not real. I'm saying it is also one of the first of its kind, and certainly got the ball rolling on stories of this nature. And plus, I personally like to read it more as a dark shitpost than a serious theory. But speaking of theories that were making the rounds back at the time, Ed, and Eddie theory. So I just had to include this one because I also remember it being pretty popular at the time. It goes as follows. Quote, according to the theory, the children of the cul-de-sac each hail from different eras spanning the early 1900s to the early 2000s. This would explain why the year for the show is so very hard to pinpoint, with multiple anachronisms present, and also why there aren't any adults in the show, although you do catch a glimpse of one every now and then. Rolf arrived first from the 1900s, the theory goes. His family had moved to Peach Creek in order to establish a farm on its land. Rolf died around 1903 when his family's farm animals stampeded and trampled him. This was the supposed reason why he only has one cow, one goat, and a few pigs, and a few chickens. Not enough animals to cause a fatal stampede in the afterlife. Johnny 2x4 came to the cul-de-sac not too long after Rolf's death. Having no friends, Johnny took a marker and drew a face on a piece of wood and dubbed it Plank. He died in 1922 after fighting a long battle with tuberculosis. 6 years before the discovery of penicillin, he took his friend Plank with him to the afterlife. Since he was the last thing he saw in life before he died, purgatory would also explain Plank's occasionally sentient behavior, which is most notably demonstrated in the movie. Eddie came next. He was born in eventually free during the Great Depression era. Always trying to make a quick buck, he always set scams to get money from the cul-de-sac kids in an effort to escape the poverty he spent his whole life in. He didn't have a proper father figure since his real father abandoned him. His mother shortly after he was born. This made the big bro he had over idolized so very much, despite the latter's abusive nature. After one of his scams went awry, Eddie was chased by the swindled children of the cul-de-sac. They ran to the lake and jumped into it. Eddie ended up drowning in that lake. He soon joined the other deceased children in the afterlife. Even though he was no longer alive, Eddie still tried to chase after the almighty dollar by continuing his swindling nature in the afterlife. Ed and Sarah were the next to arrive in the cul-de-sac. Their father had died fighting in World War II, and as a result, their mother became distant in this conflict. So, Sarah developed her bossy husband, trying to fill a role in her return to fulfill when their father died and their mother stopped caring. Firstly, as she was rolled out fantasy world, comic books, and monster movies, which exploded in popularity during and after World War II. In order to escape some of the they were buying 3 cards in 1953, each joining them as kids in debt. And the pieces of their parents described She was a rather rapacious young girl who would always have a towards male children. Somewhere in 1979, a serial killer escaped a local asylum, made his way to her house, and then murdered her along with her entire family.
Wow.
Slash Double D was born in the 1970s, preparing to attend college and became a society expectation, and was raised by a very strict, controlling, emotionally distant parents. It officially succeeded in getting her education quickly became a need. Kids died as a result of the gasoline caused by the Usain burner from his episode set around the early 1980s. He formed a broken down house, and he also had an abusive father who was poorly educated. His mother passed away as 8-year-old. Husband simply had his frustration out on the other children who coming from his repressed anger. His fascination with flying and writing popular race games in 1985. One night, in 1999, his father died while he was on his way to the hospital. His father was then convicted of his murder and was sentenced to life in prison. We reimagine his father and mother. Ways in the afterlife, however. Jimmy, the last child, born in the early 1980s, was diagnosed with leukemia. He never associated with alcohol assassination. His parents believed he was too frail to be after fighting a difficult battle with leukemia, Jimmy eventually succumbed to his illness and soon the Kingers were different from the other neighborhood children. They are usually demons that were sent to sack tormented souls and then cross over to heaven. The Kingers are really careful of others, which would seem to indicate that
I didn't get anyone.
Therefore, they must be something different. Surprisingly, the Kingers are attached yet for other reasons. Common guess that they are the deepest religion, because they each symbolize a certain deadly sin, unquote.
That guy was waiting that entire fucking time to play Han Solo. The second I died, who gets on him? This fucking goober. This absolute fucking goober. And he spawns all the way at the back of the map too. Just like he fucking should. Actual rat ball, bruh.
I love the idea that each kid comes from a different period of time and died of different causes.
Oh, what's up, bruh? What's going on, bruh? Like that Han Solo.
Taking something innocent or innocuous and turning it on its head. So while I could go into detail as to why both of these theories, I think you all sort of know that by now. There will be more theory posts to cover in the future, but for now,
Well, I can't play Luke, can't play Chewie, can't play Yoda because they're all maxed. Can't play Leia because it's already picked. Can't play Han because it's already picked. So the question is, do I play Lando?
Never thought I'd be down in the trenches.
Gonna have to.
Online buddy, we're simply chatting in a chat room that they had, selling certain.
You know what? Fuck Lando.
A strange user who had the username.
I just realized that's a terrible idea and I should never play Lando.
But then I tried Virgin Voyages. I used to avoid cruising.
Funny Mouth made their entrance. Quote, hello everyone tonight. I like to lick the blood out of in the person. I see your handsome face. Don't be so sad about it. Come on, smiley face. Unquote. After this, Funny Mouth leaves the chat. After some goading from Skull's friend, Ghost George, Skull follows Funny Mouth into a separate chat room and recounts his strange interactions with the individual, and notably this staring emote that was used by the user quite a bit. However, Skull eventually tires of the person's one-show act and heads to bed, where he then proceeds to have some of the worst nightmares he's ever had in his life. Next morning, he received an email from Funnymouth, of which he had no way of knowing his email since Skull was an extremely private person online and never gave out his email or other personal information to people. Then he and his friend's website they were using to chat suddenly goes completely down. Well, at least it was for George. For Skull, on the other hand, the site is redirected into a new one, with this awaiting him. A disgusting face made up entirely of blocks of text, of which all repeated the same word, Funnymouth, Funnymouth, Funnymouth. Skull tries to contact Funnymouth again to fix the problem rationally, but it's no dice. Funnymouth instead taunts Skull, saying that he can see him. He can see his handsome face, causing Skull to eventually go into a fit of rage. That same night, he would again have a dream, a nightmare, but this one being in the woods, and at first feeling at peace, before four slimy fingers that felt like earthworms slid into his mouth and crushed his lower jaw. When Skull awoke from his nightmare and saw his face in his bathroom mirror, his tongue was hanging out of his mouth like a limp slug, his lower jaw broken around his neck. He starts to laugh. What a funny mouth he has, he remarks. The story ends with Skull saying the same bizarre things that George did, implying that he would be the next to have a funny mouth. That's the story of Funny Mouth, and I've got to admit, upon rereading it, it's probably one of Slime V's lesser works. Like, it's alright, it's not bad, but it doesn't personally grab me as much as his other stories tend to do, which I know can be a bit of a nebulous criticism, but all the same, it's just how I personally feel. Again, it's not a bad pasta, but there is one major flaw, and that being that the narrator is speaking in first person to the reader. And since we know that this is like past events, it begs the question why he's writing like a normal person instead of writing the story as if he were a weird funny mouth monster thing. If that was just an act that they did for people, or what exactly that is, it is some mystery, but it feels a little bit like a plot hole for the sake of maintaining the twist at the end, which is especially apparent upon rereading. But all that, Barbie, not easy now. Funnily enough, I covered this one back on my YouTube Iceberg video series as well, so
fucking
I'm
battle
mostly
points,
going to
you
repeat
joking.
what I said before. Barbie.avi is a creepypasta connected to this old
That guy's
video
dead, so now I gotta do this. Right back here.
The creepypasta itself is about a guy who finds a video on an old
Yep, keep going that way, officer. Just keep going up that hill.
that depicts a woman being interviewed
Fucking idiot.
who grows increasingly distressed before cutting to a shot of train tracks that are nearby our protagonist's house.
He's only just realized. Holy.
Which after he enters, he then suddenly hears a noise from inside, and he knows the fuck out of that place never to return. The video itself, as I detailed in my YouTube Iceberg series, is nothing actually scary, but it did take a
Wait, what? How did
time for the internet
how did I kill him with that?
find its exact origin.
I shouldn't have killed him.
Simply to each of the living named Sharon and he who lost her arm in a washing machine incident, giving an interview about it. I do think it is decent. It's not perfect, and I think it could have been expanded upon all along. It was a rest of the movie, and the ending is something about the guy hearing him around the house, like what might be the kidnappers or their victim, and him running the fuck out of there. It's kind of more believable. It does give me chills thinking about that exact scenario. Although it never has been called a police or anything, it's also a pretty big loophole and a missed opportunity for the police actually showing up there and there being a mistake or something. Who knows? I guess what I'm saying is that there are some good bones to this pasta, but the meat is sufficiently undercooked, sadly, for the Harbinger experiment. This is yet another one that I've never read or even heard of up to doing the story in particular off space, and that being experimented in a similar fashion to the Russian sleep experiment. The story goes, the man who we only know as Dr. Zimmerman, who is
See what I have, you don't scare easy.
Okay, yeah, we're going for B. That's just not. Oh, this one, I remember this.
Through the perspective of our narrator.
Jesus Christ. Get Palpatine close, bro. Get him close. Hey.
So, ultimately, the experiment is to its extent. As the people who were once offered as bait are now simply hostile, full of demons, completely being taken up. One in particular has their entire body shaped, changed and formed with something unnatural, smooth skin, abomination. I wish things to admit it's a little sometimes. So this all happened with the monster breaking out of this cage after they had kind of fiddled with it and looked at it for a while. And everyone died, except for our narrator, of course, just managed to escape the brutal law. But is now hearing that song in his house, and again, haunting feelings with demons. In the last few days, it's been getting closer, and so now he writes his story and exposes this government experiment and these secrets before he is killed. That's the basic abridged version of the story. It's still a lot longer than I make it sound here, but all the same, it's a pretty decent one, though it does seem to take a lot from other stories / movies as a basis for its own, which isn't really a bad thing, mind you. But I guess this one just doesn't really stick out in my mind as one person. For example, the work is cool, but it's also definitely an insidious thing where the demon of that film had Tiny Tim music playing in the background anytime there was a major scene with it. But hey, it's competently written and it kept my interest, so not too bad. Bonus entry. Home Alone.
What the? Oh my god, more. I thought Luke was already fucking around here and he cleared it. Guess not. How was he blocking both of us? What the fuck?
You go. Picking up the phone here.
No footsteps in the snow.
You then drop the phone and shoot. It's the reflection.
God damn.
Hey, Meta. Hey, gorgeous.
What the?
The Pokemon Creepypasta Corner. This tier.
And now this guy is Han. Mother of fuck.
So I thought we might as well marathon them back to back.
Han has got to be the most picked co-op player out of everyone. I have never seen so many people want to play one character, not even Beta. Maul gets picked more than Beta.
Pokemon Lost Silver is a creepypasta story about a disturbing Game Boy Color cartridge.
This guy, the sucking Han right here.
The story was first written.
Han is a noob's paradise.
Created on June 6th of 2010.
Even if you have slightly good aim, you're just gonna do fucking amazing with him. 3 rolls, 2 knockdowns, both of which go through block. What more could you want?
Once he loaded the game into his game board, he immediately noticed that the save game left behind by the card's previous owner was fairly unusual. Whoever had owned the game simply named their trainer Ellipses, had maxed out their Pokedex, all 51 entries, including legendary Pokemons like Celebi and Mew, and had also maxed out their money and levels. Our narrator wonders if this guy either used Game Shark or something of the sort, or was just once a super dedicated Pokemon fan that just sold their cart back as is. However, the oddities don't stop there. In the active party, the past user had only contained a Cyndaquil and 5 unknown, which, while I'm not a huge Pokemon fan, I can tell you they're basically alien-like Pokemon with letter-shaped bodies. The unknown spelled out the word leave, and the Cyndaquil was named
I'm in the shield.
Furry.
I'm in the...
Our narrator then starts exploring the game where the user left off, that being the Bellsprout.
No, I guess that's harm. There's no point.
He then heads into the next room, which is masked in complete darkness.
I went in the shield and he just killed me, man.
Flash.
Didn't give a fuck.
Only for a red, narrow hallway to be revealed. A strange theme plays on the in-game radio. The Unknown's theme. An eerie place. He then ventures down a long hallway, the screen growing darker and darker until he reaches the hallway's end and comes up to a sign. It reads, "Turn back now." Suddenly, he is then asked the question of yes.
Not the same end again.
Confused, answered yes. The theme changed now to the Poke Flute radio music. He was once again in a dark room, and so he used Flash again, only to have the game say Hurry has fainted. He goes and checks his Pokemon, only to find that Cyndaquil was no longer in his active party. Now there were 5 new unknowns, now spelled out, I died. After this revelation, the narrator then found his character in a small room, only 4 spaces large, surrounded by dozens of doggy Pokeballs. He tried his best to get out of this place, but to no avail. He then checked the status of his character, only to find that the Pokemon trainer sprite had changed from its usual confident self to somber looking, and was now missing both of his arms. Then suddenly our narrator's character is spun downwards. The music stops. He was now completely white and was in another totally red area. He checked his status once more, and now blood leaked from his eyes like tears, and his legs, like his arms, were now missing as well. He then checked his active party again, only to find more unknowns, this time spelling out dying. There was also now randomly a Celebi Pokemon in his party, but missing 1 arm, 1 leg, and 1 eye. Speeding things up a bit, our narrator has his character move forward through the area. There are now some NPCs, but none of them are saying anything when interacted with. He then finds a transparent red NPC, or the trainer/protagonist from the Pokemon Red and Blue games. The two engage in a Pokemon duel between their broken Celebi and a rather sad-looking Pikachu, which ends in both Pokemon killing one another simultaneously. After the fight, the narrator's character was now completely transparent and back inside his room. The profile was now only a head, and the usual unknowns now spelled out no more. He tries to interact with anything in the house, but nothing works, so he ends up walking outside his house, only to be greeted with an endless gray void. He walks south for a very long time into this void, until eventually he finds his character fully colored body before him. When he tried to talk to it, it simply said, "Goodbye, forever," and then vanished. Then suddenly the game says, question mark, use Nightmare, and then he was returned to that 4-block track from before, except this time there was no sprite. When he checked the trainer's status, there was nothing. The trainer's badges were now replaced with control. He checked his Pokemon one last time, only to find the unknown was given him one last message to read. I'm dead.
After that, the final text on the screen read simply,
We have to
"All
capture
right."
position before
The
the attack
narrator did nothing more than gave even a sense of it. As the narrator puts it, despite his enormous success as a Pokemon trainer flying, death still came for Gold and Silver protagonist in the end, and he was forgotten with the next generation. And that's the story of Lost Silver. If you notice with this one, I have forced to play alongside the events. Popularly, have a full game version you play. While it's not super scary to me by any means, I do appreciate that it's not a haunted fortress or something full of hyper-realistic blood or what have you. It's just a hacked Game Boy cart made by someone. For what purpose, though, I'm not sure. It's something I always wish these stories touched on a little bit more. The only comment the story gives about it is that the narrator at one point says they must have been a sick individual. And maybe they just wanted to share this thing as a prank. But either way, it would be kind of interesting to get into the mind of someone who made this thing and then put it into stores, only to be found by one select person. I also like the ending being just a grave there is no escape from. And it has one of the more clever lines from a video game creepypasta that I've ever used. It's how the protagonist has been forgotten by the next generation. Which is both a sad and scary reality that many of us live in experience from time to time. I mean, we all face it in the end, I suppose. Here, the sadness that comes with the idea of being forgotten generations that come is interesting and realistic. I mean, after all of us die twice. But the first time is when we actually die. The second death is the last time our humans are ever up. And then, as for Pokemon, with each Pokemon generation comes a new batch of characters and Pokemon, etc. So in a sense, they actually are forgotten, which I thought was a pretty cool and maybe even philosophical idea when applied to real life. It's clever for it being an actual thing in the Pokemon series, but also a legitimate fear in real life, which is pretty cool. Pokemon Easter egg. Snow on Mount Silver. So this one's clearly inspired off of the last one we read, and it's on by EXE as well. But it definitely has its own flavor. See, the first near half of the story is actually slow. The narrator recounts how she and her brother used to love playing Pokemon, and because their mom loves spoiling them, she would buy them one edition game or the other, like Pokemon Red, Blue, Gold, etc. If there were a third edition, she would give them both one as well. And then goes on to say, well, this is going to sound, at first, like a big story about two siblings who grow up with a couple of games that eventually take them down two different roads. Well, it's a little more than that. Years rolled by, we kept collecting. Game Boys got old, we replaced them. Cartridges finally gave out, we picked up new copies. But we started down two completely different roads before Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald came out. See, around then, my brother got the Game Shark. We had heard all that kinds of cheats he could do. We were kind of late to the party. They sounded awfully cool. Our first game we partnered, my brother's old comfort. We just duped around with them a little bit and made it. But whatever we did, thought the cartridge out. After just a couple of code entries, it glitched out completely and became unplayable. Naturally, we were upset at first. My brother mourned the loss of his hours of work, and I was sympathetic. It's okay. Replace it, I guess. Stupid Shark was a waste of money. This eventually leads the brother to always wanting to hack his games for some reason. Even though it broke his other one, he gets ultra interested in it for some reason. It's described like this. Quote, after seeing the mess it had turned blue version of me, I have become opposed to the idea of hacking my games. What can I say? I'm a chick. I feel feelings for little pixel creatures. Before we go on, and I just note it was at this exact point that I knew he was right with that, not a chick. Now this is that Game Shark. But my brother had taken this game of destruction as a personal challenge or something. I don't think he ever played a game after that which wasn't somehow, unquote, which is a really weird thing to do. Must point out yet again,
considering how much it fucked up his stuff the first time. But whatever. This eventually leads to an incident when her brother slices up all of his Pokemon Game Boy cards and smashes his Game Boy to pieces. Quote, "It's awful," rasping in the way his voice was. "Oh God, lights everywhere, and then flash," unquote. The sister is obviously shocked at this random act of destruction, as well as her brother's strange ramblings about something to happen. But when she goes to comfort him, he puts her Game Boy in her pocket and proceeds to grab it out and toss it across the fucking room. She screams, but luckily her Game Boy Advance was just fine. But then he starts running after her to break the Game Boy, with a hammer no less. Now, you might be wondering, where is this all going? Well, I'll tell you where. Straight to the fucking psych ward. Like, literally, they send the brother to the psych ward because something in one of the games he had scared him so much he went fucking bonkers. Which makes mind that. Well, he ended up in the psych ward of the hospital for 2 days. Left my GBA at home. Now, I know that this line is probably showing that she didn't want to scare him again with the Game Boy, but I like to think that it was because she didn't want him to break it, and that was what was foremost in her mind while her brother was in the sideboard. Something about that is just a lot more funny to me, even if it wasn't intentional. Anyway, they asked his sister if she would go to his room and get rid of the Game Shark and Pokemon Silver Heart. It's the only thing left, and he never wants to play with them again. Which is kind of a weird plot hole, because if he really affected him to such a degree came from the Game Shark and the Pokemon Silver Heart, wouldn't he break those first rather than all the other ones? Even if he did break all the others, wouldn't that one be on his high priority list? Kind of weird, but okay. But I do have to give the Costa kudos thus far for building up this fucking act to such an insane degree. I mean, it put a kid in the psych ward. What could possibly be so damn scary that it did that? Well, it's supposed to be an Easter egg on Mount Silver where it snows, and the snow looks like static on screen, and you traverse a mountain, and you fight a bunch of zombie-looking Pokemon, and then it seems to leave a virus on your Game Boy, where if you put in other Pokemon games, it's this smiling zombie Pikachu, and it screams at you. Yeah. Okay. I know I skipped a lot there. Maybe, undersold it slightly. But it's not necessarily a terrible story. But man, after all that build-up, I guess almost nothing could have actually been an interesting payoff. But it basically is just another creepypasta game, and not much else. It really makes the brother seem like a little bitch, and the sister too, honestly, because she cries for an entire hour after playing the scary Easter egg hack game or whatever. Like, I can kind of get being upset that all your Game Boy games just got hacked and are, have a virus. Basically, you bricked your Game Boy games. That's upsetting. I could understand them getting upset and crying since, it's so important to them. Breaking all of them and going to a psych ward, though, seems a little intense. For that, though, I gotta say. It's a shame, because I sort of like how the story started out. It seems sort of genuine, and the actual storytelling up to that point isn't too bad. But by the time the scary stuff starts happening, it's just way too dramatic. But all well. Similar to the other Pokemon and Sonic-related creepypastas like this, there is a video game version of the events in it. So I guess at least it was descriptive enough for someone to be inspired to do that. So that's pretty cool. Strangled Red. This Pokepasta starts with the following paragraph. Quote, "There are tons of stories out there about hacked Pokemon games. Some of them are really quite neat, such as the one about a version where you get a ghost as a starter. Some are ridiculous. Silly stories about individuals dying after playing a game, or the game talking to them. God, don't these writers know less is more when it comes to these stories? Oh, well, I digress." Unquote. For God's sake, never do this. When you acknowledge other creepypastas of this sort being written, while it may seem meta and cool to do it, and that you're in the know, all it really does is it calls extra attention to your own story. And especially if it's just as silly and overdramatic as the other stories, it's actually worse. Because it's very clear that you're aware of all these shades and the chosen anyway. And first, your resume, your story is better than those other creepypastas. I'm not like those other guys, okay? My story is all about less being more. It really makes it easy to root against you, even if the story is pretty decent, you know? You catch my drift? But anyway, the story follows our narrator as he ends up finding the first creepypasta Pokemon cartridge in where else but the dumpster. Yes,
The dumpster.
in the fucking dumpster. And after asking the French man if he can have it, which, by the way, why the fuck would he care? And also, by the way, does this narrator just go dumpster digging off? How did he even see the Pokemon card in the trash bag anyway? If he wasn't specifically opening up other people's trash to go through them. Like, he's going through the neighbor's fucking trash to find Game Boy
Sometimes I
games.
amaze even myself.
Fucking weirdo. Well, anyway, he boots up the game to find immediately the game is titled Straight Red version, which of course is no worry to this guy, being that he's used to reading about these Pokemon cards by now. The game has a pre-made trainer named Steven, and a Pokemon already in his party, a Charmander named Mickey. Oh, and in this game, the rival is named Mike. In addition to them being rivals, they're also brothers in the story. Anyway, after our narrator goes through the whole game like Rumble, he ends up beating his rival / brother in the game, Mike, and then the screen fades to black, and Mike is asking Steven if he can trade Mickey, his prize Charmander, with him to be Pokédex, which gives the player a yes or no option. But despite clicking no over and over and over again, our narrator is basically forced to trading Mickey as the only option to let the game proceed on its ending. However, as the trade screen was going up between them, a loud snap is heard, and the game cuts to black before text 1 year later appears. Well, I guess Mickey in that trade died or something, or maybe Mike killed the Charmander. I guess that was implied. But at any rate, Steven is now going to the closet of the Charizard Pokemon, and his sprite looks all messed up and depressed, whilst he goes all Pet Cemetery and uses the Pokemon Missing No to try and resurrect the Pokemon. This works out, but now both he and his Pokemon are all died corrupted, and then they proceed to go get revenge on their brother, who I assume was the one who was Mickey like this to begin with, and they snap his neck. All while our narrator, despite knowing full well this is just a spooky fan hat game, is described as literally falling their eyes out, just like every other grass gaming creepypasta project. That's how it is. I did sort of skip through this one, I will admit, but I wanted to add it since it was requested a fair bit, and it remains to be one of the more popular creepypastas that I forgot to add, in addition to all the other sections. On its own, it makes the story inside the Pokemon game is okay, but it showcase several that are much better. But this popular main protag or narrator is pretty silly. Pokemon Buried Alive model. So this one's pretty short, so I'll read it in full real quick. Often referred to as its code, the Buried Manuscript, the Buried Alive model was to be found on the final story of Pokemon in what has now been replaced with Marowak Ghost. According to the script's assignment, the Buried Alive model is to be the boss of the reaching the top floor, the following conversation was taking place with the model. You're here. You're trapped. So there won't you just leave? After this, the battle initiated. Once in Battleview, their live model geared to be able to kill the corpse to crawl out of the ground. It had been programmed to have two white hands, a Gengar, and a Mutt. Strangely enough, a protocol for the buried alive functions after it was defeated were not present. In the case of the player defeating him, the game would freeze. However, a specific ending was written by an unknown programmer upon losing the battle. In this ending, the buried alive model was stated finally, fresh, followed by several lines of gibberish. It was then dragged the player's character to the ground, surrounding him. The scene would finish with a typical game over screen. However, in the background, an image of the buried alive character.
Oh my, yeah, I'm dead. Fucking Christ, Vader.
Especially peculiar were the protocols.
I didn't see anyone.
Was to download this image to the small eternal memory contained in the Game Boy, overriding the title screen that normally accompanied the Game Boy turned on. Instead, whenever it was started, the player would view this image.
Oh, you're
Instead, it got Ash was right. The intended purpose was to back up by preventing the other factors waiting for the Lavender Town Center on is unknown. And that's the story.
What the fuck?
It's got a cool visual, you know, it's a pretty creepy visual to go along with it. It's a creepy idea, but ultimately, it's also kind of nonsense.
I got stunned. Yeah, I'm not making that. They're alive.
Nope. Why would this ever
Not a
even
million
be a
years.
thing that would happen? It doesn't really add up in that regard. But then again, it does remind me of many urban legends surrounding video games. They usually have something to do with what was originally going to be in the game, but then it was cut out for unknown reasons. But maybe there's some code, or some sort of way of having it reappear again, etc. That sort of thing can be cool. And again, the actual idea is pretty creepy. It's just like Lavender Town Syndrome, it's just not very convincing. And finally, our last Pokemon pasta of this marathon is Misfortune GP. Now, this is actually a Pokemon pasta fully, as you will soon see, but it does connect with it in an interesting way. So, let's have a look.
Misfortune.gb. Misfortune is an obscure game for original Game Boy. Since no known copies for ROMs exist, all information about the game is derived from personal and a scanned assemblage of screenshots. The game does not contain any credits, and whoever created it is still unknown to this day. A few people who have experienced it consider it to be one of the scariest video games ever made. Given its age and cult following among rare horror game enthusiasts, it's entirely possible that authors and developers past such as Circuit EXE, Lavender Town Center drew inspiration from Misfortune. The story, concept, playing proposed what appears to be
God didn't kill anyone.
after brief exploring, players can learn to have a level that despite the character never imagined by himself, some people decide notable similarities, claim that it may be a representation of Baphomet, Beelzebub, or even the devil. Upon meeting the mysterious creature, a dialog box will appear with the text, "I exist in the fabric of reality. Do you want to challenge me?" This is followed by a yes or no choice. Should the player choose yes, the being replies, "Then let's begin." The player is then transported to a series of maze.
Gone. 558. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it there for now. I get some food. Finally, go to sleep. Yeah, I think that's good for now. Started today at 383. I got them. It's 5:58. Yeah, nearly 200 levels. That's peak. Yeah, it's like 171 levels. Yeah. Yeah, I think 171. Thereabouts, you know. I thought I'd work today, so I didn't really. I woke up late, like 12, I think, somewhere around 12. Not really feeling all that thrilled. But it turns out we didn't have work. Still didn't really feel like playing it, but I did it anyway. Oh no, it's 181, I think. Yeah, 181 levels. Yeah, that's it. Hope you enjoyed the stories. Probably be doing it. Probably be doing it on double XP as well, just because I find Han enjoyable to play in co-op. You know, there's not really much needed. I can just abuse aim assist with Han. There's no real, like, the moment I tap L2 while I'm like moving side to side, it's just gonna lock onto them no matter what. If you have this card on, keep your head cool. If you headshot, it's just your blaster isn't gonna overheat, so you're just gonna be able to spam fire. Yeah. Yeah, I'll probably do Iden or Leia next. Yeah. I'll be back. Sooner or later. Sooner or later. More grinds, more grinds. Let's see if we can get Han Max next week. We should be able to. Yeah. Bye, guys.